All right. I think we should be good. Sorry, y'all. I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. I know my internet's been acting up, but hopefully this can run smoothly. Gray went to go make some tea. He has a presentation ready, but before that, I want to go over this little article. The diversity, inclusion, equity stuff in Texas A&M. You know, it's funny. I was reading this article, and it says that they're doing a system-wide ethics and compliance review, but something they're not, they're completely cutting off. There we go. SB 17, which Abbott signed one day after the letter was written, says universities cannot create diversity offices, hire employees to conduct DEI work, or require any DEI training as a condition for being hired by or admitted to the university. All hiring practices must be colorblind and sex neutral. I feel like that should have already been a thing. I mean, I know a lot of people have been arguing, for meritocracy for the longest, but it's so damn weird to me that it's taking this long for people to put a stop to these racist and sexist policies that have been instituted everywhere in every single fucking corporation. By the way, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kush. Good morning, JR. Hey, Billy. Good morning, Contriver. So, yeah. Looks like they're doing major audits. Yeah, it looks like they're leaving out. They can instead submit a statement that highlights the school's work at helping first-generation college students, low-income students, or underserved student population. See, this is where they're going to continue to hide out. Underserved. They're going to say that women are underserved because, male privilege, whatever. They're going to say black people have been underserved, even though they've given the most fucking preferential treatment on everything. I mean, if you look everywhere, there's... Oh, good morning, Woody. There's way more black women in jobs than any other group of people. So they check 2 boxes. So they get extra helpings of preferential treatment. Memo, Texas A&M leaders said university president should note if they believe any trainings, activities, presentations that refer to race, color, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation are required to comply with state or federal law to maintain accreditation, or if they are required for purpose of enrollment or to perform any institutional function by an employee. So that's the thing. That's why a lot of these universities are doing this bullshit, because the people that are in control of them with the accreditations, there's feminists in all those organizations pushing the same agenda. So, well, I'm going to stop this screen and I'm going to pull up Gray's because he has a lovely presentation.
So tea is ready.
Your tea is ready.
My tea is ready.
Good.
By the way, you guys did the stream yesterday, right?
Oh, I had one last night, kind of.
Yeah, I didn't have time to watch it, but I did skim through it a little bit.
Oh
And I
yeah.
saw someone recommended this 50s warning video.
Yes, I did. I was trying to go over it and it kept getting sidetracked and then there was fucking crazy bitchery in the chat and I just fucking rage quit and went to bed. I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with any of this right now.
Yeah, but the coincidence is that I saw a music video that was basically a crazy feminist did that music video. And it was exactly like a remake of that, just a mentally ill feminist version.
Really?
It was shocking. I mean, why is that like one-to-one similar?
Right. Well, she probably saw it, probably came up in her algorithm too, and she's like, "Here, let me fucking bastardize this thing and make it crazy bitchery."
Yeah, I mean, but the point is, she won at a movie festival. She won first prize in blah 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 for that. I mean, that video was almost like demonic. I mean,
Yeah.
all the express. I mean, I actually don't want to play it because it's so horrible. But I don't know. It's so twisted. I mean, you can't make it up at this point. I mean, this
Right. Right.
because it's a bunch of girls that are dressed like cheerleaders, and then it's like horrible rock and roll music. I do not know. And then they have like what's it? Pillow sheets. You know, where you put the pillow in, but the pillow sheets are empty. They're very neatly folded. And then they have their victim, and the victim is like an innocent angel and has all these feathers. And they rip out all the feathers. And like she's like screaming in agony, and then it's stupid metal music. And then the group of girls who's like obviously symbolizes the abuse.
Yeah.
They are really excited, and it's like almost like drooling at the mouth, and all the film close-ups of these facial expressions. And then they take the feathers of that victimized girl with these angel feathers, and they put that in their pillowcases, and then hit each other with these pillowcases, and they're super happy. It's like creepy beyond belief, man.
Yeah.
And she presented this actually at the International Film Students Festival and won the first prize. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
It's demonic, man. That's all
Yeah.
I can. Hello, contriver.
Yeah. I can try.
Morning, Ma. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So-
you for gracing us with your presence, Mr. Contriver.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on. The pleasure is all mine, man. Come on.
By the way, good morning, Johnny Midnight.
Yeah, so this presentation, oh my God, it's
Please continue. Please continue.
presentation 2.
I'm in the backstage listening because I have to go somewhere.
And you know how it is.
Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you the backstory. So I actually quit listen to the radio for a while now, because it's just like the radio has turned into Feminist Broadcast Central.
Right.
As they're constantly discussing topics, slipping it in here, slipping in it there. I can't listen to it anymore.
Yeah.
But doesn't change the fact that, I mean, if I'm online, you know, YouTube recommends something, or I see some news article or something. So every now and then, I'm just like, if the story is extreme enough, or if I find it really interesting, then some stuff I just bookmarked. And that's what I basically used as the material for the presentation now. Yeah. I mean, there is more material, but I just picked some and give it a little bit of structure. So let's jump right in. And please remind me. I want to ask more questions than last time because last time I talked so much. But that robs me also of the opportunity to see your opinion. And yeah, so the first thing I want to ask, what's with all these flags? Because these LGBTQ flags, they are freaking everywhere.
They are. Well, it's Pride Month, Gray.
No. This is not the exclusive Pride Month, and I think they are always there.
Really?
Right? You're telling me next month they take down these flags? It's just this month? Well, I would be surprised because it's at the grocery store, it's at the hardware store, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So I literally walked out. At this train station, and you walk out that exit, and the flag is just almost waving in your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's when you try to take a train. Boom. That's when you quote unquote go to work. I mean, I don't work there, but corporate office. Boom.
Yeah.
That's when you start. Okay, now I had enough. I want to go to a movie festival and watch a movie. Boom.
Yeah.
You can't escape it, not even in your leisure time. And when you, let's say you want to visit your parliament, when you can walk through this glass dome, it's there too.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, if I would sit at a co-working space overlooking the German Central Park, I would watch at that building and I would see it there from there as well. So... So my question is, what's with all these flags? You telling me it's just, okay, because celebration this month?
No, it's because they conquered all the countries, all the gay people. Isn't that what you do when you conquer places? You put your flag out?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, in a sense, it reminds me of these Antifa stickers. These Antifa people, they walk around everywhere. And they put their stickers everywhere, like on light poles, on the bus station, on the train station, everywhere where there's a free spot. Antifa zone, smash capitalism, eat the rich, whatever. They put their stickers always there to mark their territory and to torment you when you walk there, that it's always like in your face.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, which I don't understand. Like, I don't give a fuck about people's sex lives. Why are you pushing it in everybody's face? Like, it's something that they want to be celebrated for, is who they choose to have sex with. It's like, that is the stupidest shit I can ever imagine.
Well, but I'm looking forward to next month because I'm going to want to revisit all the places and see whether the flags are actually still at the hardware store, at the grocery, whether they are still there or whether they have removed them. If it's a 1 month thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a 1 month thing. But I was under the assumption they keep me keeping that down there now forever. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, hopefully not. Right. Colonized, for sure.
So since I had so many materials, I wanted to put a little bit of a structure. So I think that was always your point. The primary, you call it, infection starts at the university level, right?
Yeah.
And from there, it spreads like basically everywhere.
Yes.
So what I did, the examples that I had, I just grouped these. I picked examples for everything, like for the university, for culture, corporations, government. And last time we had also the fake NGOs, what I call the pink swamp.
Yeah.
I found a follow-up, this princess that was claiming the internet is the radicalization machine and she has to protect. Oh yeah, new events happened. Some white knights of the matriarchy came to her rescue and they had a new project baby.
Oh no.
Together because, of course, and that's what I'm jumping ahead. So let's do the first example with the university, the drama at the university.
Okay.
So we have 2 universities in Berlin, but I looked at this older one, the Humboldt University. And I specifically got my hands on the gender studies curriculum. And wow, I started to count the courses, and then at 60 courses, I was like, no, I'm not counting all these courses. It doesn't stop. So I guess they must have 100 courses, whatever. So let's, if we wanted to, we could deep dive at some point. I'm not going to do it now, but we could deep dive in these course materials. I mean, I guess every university, normally that's accessible, the curriculum.
Yep.
But the pattern that I noticed is they just group it into, history, literature. They even had agricultural science. Very
Yeah.
confusing. What does feminism have to do with agricultural science?
Oh, no. Great. At Texas A&M, they have it in the fucking physics department. They have a feminist that has been in that department for the past 20 years doing studies on gender and shit and how it has to do with physics. It's in every damn department.
Yeah, but the impression that I had, with this gender studies curriculum, it was not in every quote unquote department. I mean, not from the curriculum. I just felt, I do not know if in which departments it would be. I just know that the curriculum looks like stolen to me.
Yeah.
It's just like, let's cherry pick. Let's take something from literature, from history, from psychology, from everywhere,
Yeah.
and then just reframe it and claim as if it's all ours.
Yes. Yeah. That's what feminists do.
So, and I just was too lazy to translate everything, but this is just the headline. They usually have like a huge description text. So let's take, for example, history of gender studies, films, reading, and discussion. So then you have more detailed course description. And then it says like, we're going to watch XYZ films in class. We're going to have a little bit of reading. We discuss the reading. We also do excursions. We go there and there. So let's come to the class, have a good time, watch some content, talk about it, and maybe go on a trip somewhere.
Yeah.
Like in business, you like visit the factory, manufacturing line, what machines are there, blah, blah, blah. In agriculture, I do not understand what feminism has to do with agriculture normally. I was in Japan. I took an agriculture class. That's all about soil qualities or plant cultivars, what grows in what climate, what stuff does it yield. You can have forestry, but that has nothing. And they bring their own nonsense into that. We never neither in the forestry class in Japan nor in the agricultural class, there was ever a reason to bring gender into that.
Right.
Well, we even went to historic. We looked at historical machinery that the Japanese imported. We looked at some history. They had cows where they were just like, what's the best feeding mixture to have certain yields, or they would take from the cow's digest. They would take sample. It's like, but has nothing to. I don't know what they. I think if you would look at this curriculum or even go there, and what the fuck, what is the contrasexual manifesto? Manifesto, then I hear about like communist, about some lefty stuff again. So, very, very weird. And the reason why I looked this up was this. Let's call it, what is it? It's a linguist. It's a woman that doesn't look like a woman, but it's also a woman that tries not to look like a man. Because her big thing is you cannot call her a she, then she's insulted. You cannot call her a him, then she is a genderless person.
Oh, she's non-binary? Is that what she's claiming?
I assume. Yeah. And she is linguist. She was making a serious proposal that you introduce new words that respect the non-genderlessness of. So you cannot call her a professor, but you could, you have to add an X everywhere. I don't know. So it's like very confusing.
Yeah.
And it makes no fucking sense.
See, and that's the point. That's the point, is to keep you confused, keep you on your toes constantly, so they can be the arbiter of changing your behavior whenever they fucking feel like it. Like, it's that's the point. Power and control.
I mean, I just know. I mean, the reason why I looked at the university was, I saw this conservative YouTuber chick, and she went undercover into the LGBTQ church. So the university students had like were using a church to have a LGBTQ sermon, and then they the young 20-year-old, and she was like, how's this prayer? I mean, Vater unser, what's this the prayer with the Father? I mean, don't use, if you're not comfortable using the word Father, just replace it.
Excuse me.
So, and then they were drinking wine and smoking weed.
See, they're just partying. Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah.
So, but the news articles was, I think a woman came to the university, I think a French woman or whatever, and she wanted to give a talk about why there are two genders and what this has to do with nature and why this is how things are. They got majorly triggered. It was a drama. Here, that's the protests. No space for anti-feminism, trans hostility, right-wing ideology, or for being unscientific. Fuck off.
Yeah.
And the result was the university, due to security concerns, the lecture had to be cancelled. Wah, wah, wah. Free speech gone due to security concerns. Feminists get their way. So my question is, what's with the cancelling? Why are they so crazy about the cancelling? Why can't they just, if they don't like it, they just don't go to the lecture?
Yeah, but they don't want it to even happen to begin with.
Why?
Because the spread of any kind of information that counters theirs is going to drown theirs out. They know this game. They know this like these ideologies are contagious, and the ones that they want to cancel would literally be the vaccine for the bullshit that they're spreading.
So they're afraid their bullshit falls apart because there's a different opinion.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Then they're just basically throwing a temper tantrum because they're insecure, right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Right?
That's weird. So, Mandy, to get everybody excited, especially Contriver, who's probably watching, I have a... So let's say these crazy feminists, they now have gone into the corporate world.
Yes.
And they're nesting there, like where they like to nest, and you feel very comfortable. So now they have to create more virus babies, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, Mandy, what would you do? You're a crazy feminist. You went into a corporation, more specific the Berlin Transport Authority that runs all the public transport systems. What would you do? Oh, it says already gender pricing. Damn. Let's just watch the video.
Okay.
But they come up with these ideas. This video was like, that was really shocking me. I mean, gender pricing.
Gender pricing. Like women pay less than men to make up for the pay gap or something?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was a big celebration and it was marketed all over Berlin. So, just to share the window. Present, share.
I hope this works, because my internet for some reason is being all Not very strong Wi-Fi signal, I think, is what it is, which is weird.
Right now, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, like when I'm listening to you, I can hear like it keeps cutting out, so I have to like really pay close attention because I don't catch all the words.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I can still get the gist, but oh, here, let's put up a fair use banner. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, it's an ad. Wait a
Du
minute.
brauchst die richtigen Tools, um etwas zu schaffen.
March 18th is Equal Pay Day in Germany, a day nobody really notices. Few realize that Germany has a gender pay gap of 21%, the second largest in Europe. So this year, the Berlin Transport Authority BVG stood up for women's rights and launched an initiative to make Germany mind the gap. The Frauenticket is the world's first women's transport ticket created to highlight the gender pay gap. BVG used every media touchpoint across their network to announce to Berliners women earn 21% less, so they pay 21% less on Equal Pay Day. BVG brought the Frauenticket to over 600 ticket machines across their network and unveiled a special machine in the center of Berlin. Using gender recognition technology, the machine could identify women and offer 21% off a weekly.
Can I just quickly interject? Again, they used some guys to have this special machine.
Yeah. The men made the machine that they're
Yes.
using. You know, it's so funny. Like, this is gonna piss off the non-binary people. They're gonna be like, "Oh, we don't get that because we're not men or women, and your machine proves we don't exist."
Okay.
Monthly or even yearly ticket with a discount of 160 euros. The initiative sparked a massive discussion in German news and social media.
The Frauenticket or Women's Ticket.
Berliner Verkehrsbetriebe haben sich hier für zum Beispiel Frauentickets mit 21% Rabatt.
Even government minister Giffey used the Frauenticket to travel to the German parliament on Equal Pay Day. As the story grew, so did a global conversation on gender pay equality and women's rights.
Pays to be a
Everyone
woman.
talks about gender equality here in Europe.
L'iniziativa Frauenticket
have given female passengers 21% off.
Shining a light on an important issue.
In the end, the Frauenticket drove a 3,600% increase in sales and turned a local initiative into a global news story. But paying 21% less won't solve the problem. Earning 21% more will. That's why BVG closed with a recruitment message offering guaranteed equal pay for equal work, taking a stand for gender equality and setting an example to other businesses to mind the gap.
Did you see her hat? You saw the hat she was wearing, right?
Wait. I have to. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the thing when they... I mean, it's just one example what they then do in the corporation.
Yeah.
And again, you saw the interconnect with the government already.
Yep.
The government minister, blah, 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 the mayor, the female mayor, or who knows, they all endorsed that.
Yeah. Yeah, because the women that work in those positions will support the women. They're all connected. Anywhere that employs feminists is literally...
But it's
They're
kind of a
gonna be a
big
part
deal.
of it.
You're using the corporation to push your. I mean, we had it many times right now with the these Bud Light commercials, the Gillette commercial, and whatnot.
Yes, because women are the majority of the what was it? The CMOs or the
Chief marketing officer.
chief marketing officers. Yeah, it's predominantly women. Like that. Where's the equality in that in that field?
Well,
Why is it
just
mostly
colonize
women?
everything and then you change it to your liking.
Oh, Krish is asking if You would have a stream with them. These times.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. But we have to look when.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, definitely, sure, Kush. Would be my pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since Kush is listening, they even came up with the so-called weed ticket.
Weed?
Yeah, it was like when you could buy a specialized ticket made out of weed, and it was edible.
Oh, Jesus.
And he made an ad for that as well.
That's funny.
Yeah, but was what? But the problem with that ad was it. Yeah, I mean the ticket. Yeah, it's funny, but the problem with the ad was, it was in the ad. It was like showing like the. I mean, we have a drug problem in Berlin. People dealing dope everywhere, and we're not talking about just weed. I mean, you can take the weed, you lace it with some other shit. You can really bring people into lots of trouble. So, and then they were playing fun on it by being say, look, we are the Berlin Transport Authority. Don't you want something from us? And I had the plastic baggie with this weed ticket in it. And we're playing some stupid nonsense. I mean, why would you make fun of this? It's a serious issue. I mean, so it's very weird how they do the marketing communication. And it's not just the ads with gender pricing. They have a whole slew of ads where they have very weird marketing communication. Yeah. So it's not about the services that they provide, but they put like some weird emotional spin on stuff in these stories.
Yes.
Which I don't understand.
Yes.
And I mean, even the police, the Berlin police, they had some weird ads to raise acceptance for the police or something like this. I mean, but at this point, it's just like desperate. I mean,
yeah.
So that was the gender pricing example. Next, we're gonna go to the pink swamp and the fake NGOs again. Okay. Last time we had like this. I highlighted this program that was giving these grants, government program that was bankrolling literally like 600 NGOs. This one program. And then the pattern was always create the social LLC, apply for the grant, receive the money, and then you can use that to push to your agenda. So basically, this is the candy wish list zone with the conspiracy hotline and anti-feminist reporting office. Yeah. So now we have a new thing.
Uh-oh.
And the strange thing about that was that I think she might have something to do with it. I'm just protecting you, lady. You know, that all her research is about the internet as a radicalization machine.
Yep.
So what happens if she cries for help? Oh, the internet is a radicalization machine. Please help me. Please help me. Of course, they're creating a new NGO with the same pattern. But what do the warriors of the matriarchy that say, yes, my queen? Now we can imagine Contriver's voice. Yes, my queen. Yeah. What do they do for her? Her problem is the radicalization machine.
Yeah. There he is. Did you come to chime in with the McQueens?
McQueens.
But it's actually scary because what the guys did, they gave her a rage baby. So her problem was the internet is a dangerous machine, and now she has her own machine against the rage. But what is a machine against the rage? It's one of these projects. Well, let's find out. With Machine Against the Rage, we offer a large... I mean, I'm paraphrasing this.
Yeah.
With Machine Against the Rage, we offer a large-scale social media monitoring solution that tracks individuals who spread hate on the internet in order to identify long-term patterns of digital hatred. So the key words is social media monitoring, tracking of individuals, and labeling them with digital hatred. Now, it's this debatable because there is digital. I'm sure there are people somewhere out there that spread digital hatred, but this cannot be an accident. That for years, in that fake social LSE, she was spreading these stories and research papers, and went to events and also know people in the government. Oh, the internet is a radicalization machine. We really need to do something about that. Sure, princess, we're gonna solve your problem. Here, we built you a social media monitoring tool. And the horrifying thing is, part of that is accessible. I mean, they watered it down, and they don't give you the full data access. But basically, they're tracking everything, every YouTuber, everything.
Yeah.
And then they put labels on it. That's not funny anymore. I mean, where I'm just protecting you. What, right now you're doing political dissident data mining potentially.
Yeah.
This can go very wrong.
I don't know. This is what they've been doing for a while, though. This is just kind of a like you can see it now. Like before, it was just happening. That's an actual like physical thing you can see.
So I was on this dashboard. I was on this dashboard and I was clicking on these circles here, and those are all. I think a lot of them are just like YouTube channels.
Yeah.
And then you hover over it, and it says conspiracy theory, anti-vaxxer, right-wing nationalist, pro-Russian propaganda, whatever. So, and then imagine I had a channel like that. They would just label me.
Yeah. I was going to ask, where are you going to start that other channel?
Yeah, in a sense, I would like to.
Wouldn't you love to make the list? Come on now. This is a very... It's a very privileged list to be on.
Yeah, just because I would like to do something or because I could do it, I'm still debating whether I really should do it or not. I mean, sometimes it's better to not to. I mean, you're putting stuff out there. I mean, people would be majorly triggered.
Yeah, that's the point. Trigger people with the fucking truth.
Yeah, that is. And these gentlemen, I looked a little bit at their profiles. I do not know. The profiles read also weirdly from what they studied and specializations they had. So at this point, I'm having trouble when people claim they try to do something good. And for me, it's not that clear cut. So, I mean, I do not want to run around and accuse people wrongly of something. You know, it's a gray zone. Exactly, this is. It messes with my mind. Yes, Kush, profiling people, 100%.
Mr. Kush is actually pontificating towards that this has actually been done during World War II. So, if history is repeating itself under the banner of liberalism, what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, they if they are running this in a government, I mean, they claim to be an NGO. They are not an NGO, in my opinion, because they are funded by the government. They also have corporate donors. But now that they have set up all this stuff, they are the ones to get to put the labels.
Yep.
So we saw an example with chaos at the university. We saw the crazy gender pricing at the corporation. We saw again how the government is bankrolling one crazy fake NGO after another. And the worst is yet to come. That's the culture sector. I already hinted that radio program, I cannot listen to it anymore, or I try to avoid it.
Yeah.
But there is not just universities for like normal universities. There's also a university for movie and TV creation and stuff like that. And yeah, I think we should look at that. And then I found a way, an example where they took over a theater and the associated funding, and they used the theater to push their message. So in a sense, if they take over culture, they can again use that to infect or reinfect by pushing their message through that. So little backstory, in the outskirts of Berlin, we have like a huge movie studio, a very old movie studio that existed for a long, long time. They produce a lot of content. They also do, I'm just put some examples, or they do subcontracting work or production work for Netflix and stuff like that. But the movie festival I told you about, the studio has also a university. And they have the student film festival. Yeah, they have the student film festival. And I was thinking, gee, if that happens at the normal universities, it must also happen at where the media people get trained. So I saw this talk and this lady, and she was like, what was important to us was paying attention to diversity. It slipped out. I mean, she didn't, because you select the movies and then you have to rank them, which are the best. So maybe what we're quickly going to do is I do another screen share of one of the projects that did win best prize. Manny, can you still hear me? I think.
Yes, we can still hear you. By the way, Gray, speaking of which, have you seen Babylon Berlin?
No.
It
No,
is
not yet.
a great German web series which I am watching right now as to what was happening in the Weimar Republic before some
Right.
Austrian painter actually came into the picture, and I was pretty much mesmerized because of it was grounded in reality. So uh, sexuality was running rampant, you know, pedophilia, cross dressing, you name it. Everything was there. Like Utopia.
No, can you see the screen share?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I can make it even a little bit bigger. So this is
Yeah, I
one.
can make it full too. Bigger.
This is the video that I talked about in the beginning, where she won that prize. This creepy movie. I mean, just look at the content. I mean, this is. Let's quickly click on that. I will switch off the audio because it's just like horrible. So it's basically it's a 6-minute long movie video. So this starts off with the sisterhood meets. Let's see what that was. That they meet there. I don't know. Probably it's like some cheerleader dresses. Looks really very weird. Then they hang out, and then they have these pillowcases right here. Look at these pillowcases. And they will just like violate this one girl and rip the feathers out and then fill their pillowcases with it. This is so creepy. Yeah, and then in between there's like some weird rock music and they're singing and whatever. I mean, I can post it in the private chat. People who want to watch that madness, they can watch it.
Yeah, we could put it in the main chat too.
Yeah. But the point that what I was making is what horrified me so much. It's like, it's exactly what they showed in that Black White movie, this warning
Right.
that you watched yesterday. It's like
Right.
1-to-1 the same.
Yeah.
This grooming, because it's the
Do
group.
you see the nose ring?
So I want to skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, here. See, this is the victim.
Mm-hmm.
The innocent victim, and they want to destroy that innocence.
Mm-hmm.
And they get really turned on by it.
Yep.
Which is super creepy. How can you win the first prize at the International Student Film Festival for that? See, it even shows the restraint. Look at the madness in these eyes.
Yep.
Everybody's laughing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and then they fill the pillowcases and then they have fun with that as well. I mean, it's just... I don't have words for that.
Yeah.
What was important to us was paying attention to diversity. Good for you. You won the first prize. I mean, what the fuck?
It's like, it's almost like they really love doing what they're doing, and I think because they try to pass it off as something else. So it's almost like they also get off on the fact that people buy their bullshit and let them get away with all this shit that they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find it. I find it particularly interesting. Yeah, was zum Teufel, exactly. I mean, in the arts, as we see in the next example, in a second, when this crazy bitch took over and her friends took over the theater and tormented the theater director, multiple theater directors. It's like they play an act, but yeah, it's just a creativity. It's just an act. It's an art form. But hey, is it really? I mean, at what point are you? Maybe you're not acting anymore. Maybe at this point you're just like living your true self.
Yes.
Pretending to be some kind of creative blah, blah, blah. You're hiding behind that.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Mm.
So, the theater. What picture? What comes to mind when you see that picture? Über-feminist hostile takeover of the Citizens Theater.
Yeah.
Well, I have trouble with these flags, with the flags with the exclamation mark. I mean, we know what it reminds us of, right?
Yeah.
So of course it's not allowed to put a swastika there, but they put the exclamation mark.
Yeah.
That's already a warning sign that something creepy is about to go down in this theater. Little backstory: it's a very iconic theater. Opened in 1914, and the original idea was to make art and theater plays accessible to people. Right? You maybe didn't have the means, so it was really some way to give back to the community. That was what it originally was.
Right.
So, but this theater has suffered from Crazy Woman for multiple times and has gone through, I believe, multiple theater directors. And one theater director actually wanted to banish the crazy bitches to some other remote building to have them as far away as possible.
Yeah.
But they created more drama and backlash, and the new theater director made the crucial mistake of siding with the crazy bitches, which later came back to bite him in the ass, as we shall see. So how does this uber-feminist hostile takeover work? We have this character that I found, and she creates her own collective. Gives it some name, in this case Dust and Glitter, I don't care. But of course, if you want to do some takeover, you need to gather somewhere. So that's her collective. So then they created opposition and drama, for example, by claiming that the theater has a sexism problem.
Right.
And then because they now have that drama, they have their group, they now have that drama, they now have made these accusations and spread the rumors. Now we come again back to this protesting, they occupy it. Somehow they hang out there, protest instead to occupy it. And very creepily, they have claimed it has a sexism problem, but then they occupy it and they make a 7-day occupation. And according to a news article that I found, this turned into some kind of, I think the news article called it an anti-capitalist orgy. And they had banners, and the banners read, "Make Berlin horny again."
Oh my God.
So it's like they have some, I called it the feminist utopia. They have like this idea of utopia, but it's not real. I mean, it's utopia. You cannot reach utopia.
Right.
So what do? Well, you put on an act. And then in that psychosis, in that act, in that fantasy, during these 7 days, you live out whatever to try to get close to that utopia.
Right.
That's how I imagine it. What's your take on it?
I wonder too if they're like, oh yes, we did the thing, we took it over, and they get it so excited that it maybe automatically deteriorates into that. I wonder if it's inevitable. I don't know.
Yeah, but then
Like a victory.
maybe the sexism problem is their projection. They're just projecting, because why else would it happen like this?
Right. Yeah, the projection. It's like, no, they're going to make a sexism problem. That's their goal.
So.
Yeah.
And I mean, they might call it anti-capitalist, but is it really anti-capitalist? It's just like they are anti for the sake of being anti, so that they can slip in their own whatever.
Yeah.
Those who say anti-capitalist are agents of capitalists themselves.
Right.
Because they want to make the organization woke. That is why these feminists are hand in glove, Mr. Anil Murthy, when we last had his interview.
Yeah.
Remember, he said that family system was killed both by communists and capitalists, because communists think that it would give their Marxist philosophy some comrades and radicalized individuals. And capitalists actually think that it would increase the GDP, it would increase the spending.
Right. So it's funny that they're kind of against each other, but they're both doing the same fuckery. Like both, what they're doing is producing the same outcome.
It's make believe, nah. It's a game of make believe, actually.
Yeah.
So, so after this went on for like 7 days, and then more people got attracted, because it's like a wild party event, stuff going on, people giving speeches, some dude in a pink whatever, and these young chicks, and then the flag in the background. So eventually the culture senator had to stop in and mobilize a big police force and shut this stuff down. Because obviously you cannot conduct business anymore. People have bought tickets. They want to see, so you're interrupting the whole thing. I mean, so good for the culture senator that they eventually stopped that. But the feminists are obviously not satisfied. So I do not remember, because I read that earlier this year, but they occupied it again. I do not know what it was, months later, weeks later, months later, or a year later. But they occupied it again and terrorized the visitor as well as the director. They made accusations, new accusations. This is a climate of fear. This is a climate of fear. We are fearful of the theater director. Then they made accusations of femme-washing. Are you just claiming to be pro-feminist, but you are not pro-feminist? And then they pulled the ultimate card, the Me Too card. Mm-hmm. And that's the good director who made the mistake to side with the feminists, and now he got what he I don't want to say what he deserved, but several women accused me, the theater director, of abusing my powers and of abusive behavior. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
You know what's weird? That's projection too. That crazy bitch is literally putting on him what she was doing herself.
I mean, this would be totally stressful. I mean, totally stressful for the guy. I mean,
yeah.
I don't remember from the news. I would have to reread it, but I think he left being tired, or he was kicked out, or I don't know what happened. But that was no fun. But I believe the feminists really took over entirely. And if the director is gone, now the feminists have the creative control.
Yep.
Over what theater plays to show.
Yep.
And now it gets really creepy.
Yep.
So the theater takeover was successful. It took them a while, but they took it over. Mm. And now...
I love this. This presentation, Gray. It's perfect.
Our friend, this is the real Uber-feminist. The most Uber-feminist I've ever seen. She calls herself Hyena.
Of course she does.
And she is a self-declared Nazi hunter.
Really?
Apparently. I mean, that's the impression that I got from. So, and they are now running the theater.
Mm-hmm. Hyena, huh?
It gets better. Wait for it. So she created a musical, and this is now all about the path to the matriarchy. So if you want to watch a theater play, you don't see classics, you don't see something from ancient Greek or whatever. You're seeing the feminists musical theater /theater play. Mm. And the creepy thing is, she called it the total musical. And that's a problem because to me, I mean, if you call something total in German history, that reminds of this total war speech.
Yeah.
So basically, she makes these plays on fascism. Mm-hmm. Like what I interpret is like she wants to have the total war against the patriarchy, so that they can finally institute their feminist utopia. Mm-hmm. And she has many songs, and one of her songs is like "Without the Dick to Power" or "Ballless to Power." She has like the creepiest songs ever. And she dresses in these old clothes from way back when. It's very, very creepy. So in the one, I apologize, I don't have the sources. I should have probably put the sources, but I'm just too lazy at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what was it here? Her theatrical texts have catchy titles like break their backs, slaughter all assholes. Then she directs something that's called The Lunge of the Dead. This is so bizarre. It's exactly what you talked about. Like death. I mean, I don't know. I don't
It's a fucking
understand.
death cult. It's a fucking death cult.
And I find it really disrespectful because theater has such a long history.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you go to gender studies and you have these gender studies history classes, how come you forget about the Greek theater? That was something the people came together and it's not monotheistic. They have like these collections of gods, and then these gods always would interact with each other, and they had these stories. But the gods would kind of behave like humans, so you would learn something from these stories.
Yeah.
You also had drama and intrigue and whatever. So, I mean, you can imagine it was kind of a big deal. And the man built all that.
Yes.
There was nothing there. It was just like wild lands. You don't have an excavator. You don't have machinery. You have to do this, get the stone with your bare hands, and you have to put the roads and everything. And now it has to devolve to this.
Yeah.
Not cool. Really not cool. And yeah, in the articles I found, Hyena wants to lead us into the new age of the golden matriarchy.
That's what they're wanting to call it. Golden.
So, but they say without brutal violence, the overthrow for her and her hyena cult of woman. So she sees herself as a cult leader. Apparently, that's what this is about. So they cannot reach this utopia, this feminist utopia. They cannot reach this so-called golden matriarchy without brutal violence. And that's why they say, we are the psycho killers, we are the fascist fuckers, we are the shrill triggers of your dystopia.
Yeah. They're literally talking about how tyrannical they are. But their goal is golden utopia.
Utopia, and only not utopia, it is a feminist utopia.
Yeah.
Very, very weird. And I don't like it because, you know how I had this other slide here where they said, sorry, I have to jump back. Where this lady says, oh, it's a danger to democracy, blah, blah, blah. People have, God forbid, free speech on the internet, blah, blah, blah. People cannot distinguish themselves, blah, blah, blah. We have to protect them, blah, blah, blah.
See, if you take out their term democracy and just insert feminist tyranny, that's more like what they talk about. They call it democracy, but it's really not.
I mean, but it didn't used to be. It didn't used to be like that. The democracy used to be like, here, I looked it up. It was, I know I listened to the Greek history class at university one semester, just voluntarily. I didn't have to, but it was men age over 30, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, women, they didn't do that. I mean, they didn't go to vote. I mean,
no.
And that's like thousands of years of history. For thousands of years.
Yeah.
And now you want to disregard all of that?
Yeah.
And I want just to say to all the gentlemen that are listening, although we didn't build that, this is like this is the root of I would say the root of the European civilization. Philosophers, libraries, great achievements. This still runs somewhere in our DNA. The women don't have that. They do not have these thousands of years of history. So I would argue that it doesn't matter how much they want to create their golden matriarchy or utopia. It cannot work.
No,
it can't.
No.
Because they don't have that history.
Right.
So
And they can't build anything themselves like that. They have to appropriate, bastardize, and then destroy what men built. That's what they have to do. Good morning, Pseudo.
Yeah, so with that, I mean, I kept a little bit short this time. But yeah, I mean, I would agree. However, now having looked at these examples, I would also say what it's like they infect. It's like like with the virus. You have the university, let's say this is the primary infection with the feminist overload teachers or whatever. Then they trickle into the organizations. It causes secondary infection. And then let's say they do crazy books or lots of, then you have tertiary infection. But they always, once they have infected, they influence, they affect policies, they try to affect laws, they try to affect, institute change. And then somewhere down the road with some time delay, you have all this stuff going on, you know, health insurance falling apart, social security system falling apart. There are no apartments available anymore because you have I mean, I would like to somehow connect that. And I do not know how to connect it because it's like these peachy overlords, they always removed several layers.
You connect it via the feminists themselves. They're all connected. And if there's a feminist ass sitting in a seat in a corporation that has some influence over something, she will fuck it up, regardless. So that's the connection. All those people.
And before going out of the door, she would ransack the entire place where she was working as well.
Yes.
Just to get back at those people.
Well, but that's the problem with this mind virus, if you like, this feminist indoctrination. It's literally built on 3 tenets: lying, cheating, and stealing. That's all they know how to do.
Educate, organize, agitate. Anyways, so what I was trying to say is, let us look into the Silicon Valley Bank and how it, became bankrupt right now, and it has so many non-performing assets because the loans that they were giving for LGBT cause by a female who became the director.
Yes.
And she was hell bent on giving money as loans at low interest rates to LGBT lobbies who were pushing further their own cause. She didn't, she might have been sacked or, booted out, but only after the bank itself collapsed.
Yeah.
So it was people's money. She
Can she be held liable?
No.
That's the thing. Because she works at this organization, whatever men are actually in charge always take the fall. That's in every place. They never reach a position of ultimate power and authority and responsibility. They stay just under it so they can maneuver the people to do the things. And then the people at the top always take the fucking fall.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like how to make this prosecutable. I mean, especially in the case with these fake NGOs. I mean, because you have someone in the government who created this program. You have to sign off on that program.
Yes.
And these social LLCs, you cannot. I mean, if you have the social LLC status, there's a tax-free status. That status can be revoked. I mean, I can go and create a social LLC. If I then conduct business normal as a business, that's illegal. The IRS, the German IRS, can revoke that status. So what I would like to see is these fake NGOs, their status revoked, something like that. Can't you revoke that status? Or can't you hold the government officials that created this program to fund these 600 fake NGOs? Can you hold them accountable? They must have signed somewhere. They are greenlighting these funds.
Right.
So, because that's my problem. As long as you don't hold people accountable, if it's not prosecutable in front of a court, we're just sitting here looking at case after case, and it doesn't change.
Okay, so I would tell you more directly. Sorry for interjecting in your presentation. I would take down this article at the earliest. I just wanted to show everyone in the audience. This is from the Indian Express. If you people could look it up. And this is actually from August 25th, 2022. So a year ago. Transgender persons will get yearly health insurance of rupees 5 lakh. Lakh means 100,000. So rupees 500,000 each under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, the union government said Wednesday. The insurance policy will also cover sex reassignment surgeries. The National Health Authority under the Health Ministry signed a memorandum of understanding on this scheme with the Social Justice Ministry on Wednesday. The rupees 500,000 or 5 lakh cover is for an entire family under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, but we have changed the definition of the family to provide the total yearly coverage to transgender persons, said Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia, calling the scheme a landmark step. Landmark step. I rest my case, Your Lordship.
I mean,
we have
for
a
example,
social justice ministry in India. I didn't know about it till date. But now we do.
Like one particularly concerning thing that they were trying to push from within the government was burden of proof reversal for government employees. So it's not innocent until proven guilty. It's supposed to be reversed. If you work for the government and you are accused of something, it's your responsibility as a government employee to prove that you are innocent.
That could be helpful if the majority of the fucking people that work in the government are women.
Yeah, I mean, but but that's not how they framed it. I know what you mean. They framed it as the government can be undermined from right-wing nationalists and dangerous men.
Right.
And unfortunately, since they're government employees, we cannot fire them that easily. That's in the government employment contract. So we have to force it, because that it's a major hassle. They can just levy accusations and you have to defend yourself.
Yeah.
Each and every
I
time.
mean, it's wrong. But it's just a tool that they're using to
shut people down or keep them on the line.
Well, and get all the straight white men out of positions of leadership and replace them with diversity hires, LGBTQ members, feminists, and anybody of the fucking mentally ill coalition. All the crazy bitches, replace all the sane people with the crazy bitches, and then you'll get your utopia. That's their fucking goal.
I mean, there is a little bit of a rebellion going on, in the sense that we had this one political party that the Merkel infested so much, the Christian Democratic Union. And I mean, there's still a lot of guys in there that I think they're just tired of it. but their voice is not heard from the higher ups in the party. They try to suppress it, so they currently are organizing themselves to mount a little bit of a resistance. They're not framing it in the terms of feminism, but in terms of what's happening here makes no sense. It's stupid. We have to make a course change here, or this is going to go really bad.
Yeah. Well, and not identifying it is that's part of the problem, I think. I mean, because everybody, all these groups are like, oh, it's the left, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, and it's like, the feminists are literally in all the fucking groups. So, no, everybody's pointing their finger at the other people when they literally have people in their group that are fucking responsible for this shit.
I have, there are some recommended, YouTube shorts that always come to me from whatever podcast of Brian. Uh, I have been seeing that, and that is fairly conservative. Fairly, I would say. At least around 55 to 60% boys and girls, men and women who appear on that podcast are conservative, leaning, not like fresh and fit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have seen more and more conservative leaning women who are boisterous and more belligerent in their approach for championing the cause of women's rights. They don't say that they are feminist, but they always agree with women's rights.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because what are you gonna do? Oh, if you don't agree with this, what do you think? Women shouldn't have rights?
Yes, that is what they literally what you just said.
Yeah.
What you
No.
just said.
They need to remove the word rights and replace it with fucking privileges, unearned privileges.
Exactly.
Because they're not fucking rights.
Exactly, and the thing is, guys who are making content out of it are too perhaps squeamish,
Mm-hmm.
or they don't want to jeopardize their enterprise or their startup in danger.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why they go along with it.
Yeah. It's annoying.
I mean, there used to be dating shows back in the 60s and 50s, right? On commercial television that used to appear. Fresh and fit and whatever has become the very same thing. It is just that people could say crass language and gibberish to each other, apart from drinking and all the time. But
Yeah.
I look, when I you used to say everything has its relevance, right? I didn't say it on your face, but I used to disagree in my heart that, all right, she might be saying, but this is the ultimate solution, this is the ultimate way. But for us to be relevant as well,
Yeah.
I say today that all of these platforms
Yes.
are essential,
Yes.
because in some way or the other they are helping men start trudging towards our path.
Yeah.
So that is good enough for me. And
I
they have their own target demography. Why do
yeah.
we need to care about that? Our own target demography is 30 and above, basically.
Yeah.
You were saying something.
I like
Yeah,
Myron and Walters. I like
yeah.
what they're doing. They collect more data points of university indoctrinated feminists, crazy bitches, like the product of universities, than anybody else on the internet.
Yes.
So they are doing a great service to society, and I appreciate what they do.
I mean, they have been in YouTube jail for 2 weeks and whatnot. So
Have
they
they?
are, yes, and that is why they started, uploading some of the content on YouTube, and now the full show, the unfiltered show, is definitely on Rumble, and which is why I wanted to ask you as well. Uh, I mean, Kem could tell you how to do the things, or we could guide you or assist you in any possible way. But you need to make an archive account. Archive. It is just that you have to, sign in and log in just like Google. So it is not a big deal. You could, you know, uh, place all of your videos from StreamYard and elsewhere in your, shall we say, archive account. Archive account I have seen because just I recently logged into it. It had the shows of BBC comedy from the 80s, like Yes Minister and all that, which I used to see. Gilligan's Island. So I'm watching those classic comedy skits from 70s and 80s, the Brady's Bunch, that sort of stuff. So it is there on archive. It is not on Dailymotion. It is not anywhere else, but certainly on archive, and it is your own video. Uh, if you want it to be kept hidden or something, it shall be. In that way, we could have an archive. Plus, we could upload things and diversify on Rumble as well because Mr. Iridium is also here. He is also on Rumble. So I'm just requesting you in that regard.
I know.
But my thinking is, let's say I go to these gentlemen from the Christian Democratic Union that try to organize like some resistance. Like, how would I represent? Let's say I give them a presentation. How do I communicate that? Because then I would have go, look, guys, there's public baths, there's another brawl, or there's this. Because in the lowest layer of the pyramid, that's where I would put social ill after social ill after social ill. I mean, and the guys would understand, okay, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. I mean, I could list a lot of problems in this lowest category, but how can I link this back up again to point the finger? I mean, that's something I have to figure out, how to do this in an easy to understand communicative way, and then at the same time also back it up with some evidence.
Yeah. Because you know what? Actually, SCE gave me.
By the way, that concludes the presentation.
Oh, thank you. That was a lovely. Your presentations are always so great. Now, SCE gave me a picture of like a money chart. It's like the way the money flows, and it has pretty much every structure of our society. And then I added a little bit to it and reversed it because women that work at all these places siphon the money.
I think, yeah, you showed that on the channel once, right? But it's a while back.
Yeah, I'll have to find it and send it to you. I mean, it's like it's almost complete, you know? It's like I do understand, like, the men want to think it's one way, but if you just look at it from a woman's point of view at what they're actually fucking doing everywhere, it's a little different. Yeah, I'll find it, Gray, and send it to you.
Yeah, it's no rush.
Okay.
Maybe what I would do later this year, I don't know, in a couple of months from now, maybe I make a third presentation and go over all these social ills, but it's just too many. I mean,
there's a lot. Yeah.
I always wanted to talk about it, but talking about it just by itself without having this structure or tracing it back, it's just like, then I'm just in complaint mode. Oh, look here, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I'm just in complaint mode.
Right.
It's not super constructive, so to speak. Okay, then I mean, because that's essentially what happens what a lot of these conservative channels are doing. They're just like regurgitating, or I don't want to say regurgitating, but there are big YouTubers in Germany that are a little bit more conservative and a little bit more reasonable. 2, 3 particular gentlemen come to mind. They're always commenting on these articles. Okay, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Okay, this plays its part. And apparently it's also super popular. Hundreds and thousands of subscribers. People are soaking this up.
Yeah.
Pointing out the things that are wrong. But it does not do disconnecting.
Right.
It's just like a single standalone thing, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. So you're not progressing. You're just like, oh my God, this is negative. This is horrible. Or why are you doing this like this? Blah, 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 blah. But there is no, okay, how do we change this? How did we come here? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay for what it is, but
it's like how can we stop it without first identifying and pinpointing exactly where it's generating from? That's the thing. That's why these feminists are creating all these labels and redirecting everybody's attention on other shit, because they don't want to be called out for what they're actually doing. And they'll just blame men anyway.
It would be game over for them.
Completely game over. Because guess what? The only reason they're allowed to do this shit is because everybody lets them. They have to let them. All they have to do is say no.
But good mother, on a very serious note, I am asking, isn't this some sort of a mental block for men actually to overcome? Or some sort of evolutionary psychology, biological imperative, or something that they have not yet, explored that sort of dimension?
I think so. I don't know what else to pin it on. I mean, I've looked at it as far as, learned helplessness, cultural conditioning, hostage. Like, I know a lot of these men are being held hostage. Their livelihoods are on the line if they, push back against any of this shit in their immediate environment. But there might be an aspect to it where they just don't have the biological fucking ability to say no. And if that is true, these feminists are literally committing crimes against humanity. They're they're already terrorists. We know this.
Yes, but my thing is, eventually there comes a point of no return or a moment of truth, that where some people, just like for marriage and everything, these people have started saying no.
Yeah.
So would there ever come a point where men, for these very things where they are being cornered against the wall, there would be no way but just to move forward because they are pitted against the wall? And eventually, whenever they would realize it, I would it be too little, too late to do anything, or would we have substantial amount of time available to save ourselves, even ourselves?
I don't know. I mean, part of what's going to actually stop it is people getting on the same page. And if they're too busy arguing and fighting over bullshit, the 5% that they disagree about.
Sure.
I don't know. I mean, our culture's already fucked big time. The population.
Gender reassignment surgery.
Yeah. No,
in healthcare.
We're experimenting on fucking children in our country, and we're calling it fucking healthcare. Like, how mentally ill do you have to be to even go along with this? They're literally mutilating the bodies of fucking children with drugs and knives and shit. And they're passing it off as healthcare. And people are okay with this. That's how fucked people are in the head in our society today. So, I don't know.
I would just be right back. My tiffin actually came.
Okay.
Mother has gone to other town, so there is a tiffin that actually comes.
Okay.
Just coming back from downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, Ryan was in here earlier and said his 15-year-old nephew is getting gender reassignment surgery. 15-year-old nephew. 15-year-old boy. Okay, a boy. Like we're feminizing and mutilating our boys.
Oh,
and
wait a minute.
Feminists fucking love it.
I just saw something on the news, English-speaking news, and that was also very extreme. And by the way, while doing the research for the presentation, I also saw pictures like somewhere downtown in San Francisco. Also, everything is full of these flags.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yep, male to female. Okay. Family friend's son. Just went through a sex change. Yep. But yet we're allowing these mothers to continue abusing children. We not only allow it, we fucking applaud them for it. Yay. Yay. I don't know, Gray.
Let me share. Oh, wait a minute. I have to first open it. What you don't know?
I don't know. Besides just, pointing the finger at the women and calling out the women all the time and all these places, how you can connect those dots. Because when you find the corruption and the crime, there's always a woman who fucking signed off on it, or a woman who told the guy, convinced him that it was the best idea.
I'm convinced at the best it's just an opportunity for fraud.
Yes.
But I'm sure they're actually defrauding on a massive scale. I mean, I told you I have like a book from this one guy that called it the migration industry. So if there are like real crimes committed, I mean, I would like to talk to some of these guys that are trying to create like this resistance here in Germany. That would be kind of interesting. I'm not sure how open they would be, but if you make a good presentation, maybe I could then later go to the presentations that I did here and kind of like recycle that and pick something. And I think it's really how do you present that information. If you present it the wrong way, they just think, oh, anti-fem, what the fuck is this? But when you have like concrete examples, like for example, these programs where they give these grants and then you show, I mean, I'm not saying there is abuse, but it looks pretty much like it. So, I mean, I think there are some. You would have to talk to. I mean, you would not need to talk to an attorney and maybe a prosecutor, and even better, a white collar criminologist. I mean, people who are really skilled at analyzing that. So otherwise, you'll never be able to put. I mean, you cannot go after feminism by doing like self-justice. You really need some kind of process there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, it's like how do they prosecute? I'm trying to think of an example. I don't want to say cult leaders. I don't know. I'll have to think on that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to answer. We don't have to stress ourselves. It's
Yeah.
too much and answer it right now.
Yeah.
But
Something to think about.
I'm pretty sure if you would look seriously, you would find little pieces and bits everywhere that are potential points where you could, like it's like a strategic landscape. If that's like the place where the combat takes place, you have to look where they have their staging ground, where they're doing what, how they're doing it, and then cut that supply lane with the cash.
Yeah.
Or revoke their social LLC status and see how they deal with it. Suddenly they have to pay a lot of back taxes or whatever. They go bankrupt. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, I just assume anywhere that, hold on, let me pull up the YouTube here. Anywhere that these crazy bitches are, hold on, the female quotient. I mean, I look at the people and where they go, and they fucking go everywhere. This group, this fucking hate group.
Because like my thinking is like if you would want to confront them, I mean, you or want to talk with them or reason with them, that would never work. They would always deflect, twist things around.
Oh,
try to make you question yourself or deflect or whatever. But I mean, you know how it is when the police officer comes. I saw really weird. I mean, you can argue all you want. The arguing is not going to work in your favor.
Right.
You just argue yourself deeper and deeper into the shit, and ultimately the police officer doesn't care. He cares about the proof. There was one lady at the Target store, like a black lady. She had I don't know, 2 shopping carts, $1,000 bill, and then she caused a scene, getting argumentative with the cashier, demanding the manager, what have you, getting really close up to one of the employees. And then a security guy came out, loss prevention or whatever. It was a dude. And then she chased the guy from loss prevention. He just moved. Yeah, he moved back and back and back. Basically back in his office. He tried to run away in his office and close the door. But that crazy woman was so after him.
Yeah.
That eventually he was in a confined space and she was still berating him. So he had to punch her.
So she backed him into a fucking corner.
Yeah, he literally tried to get away from her.
Yeah.
Because she was like totally furious or whatever.
Yeah.
So luckily everything was on camera and the other employees made their statement. So then the police came and the police were like really giving her all the leeway that she could have. Like trying to explain to her over and over again, asking her to leave. Then she refused to leave. I mean, it was just like totally. And she still thought she's in the right. I mean, it was like very weird.
Of course.
But she made it worse. I mean, they told her she is in the wrong for what she did. He had the right to self-defend. No. I mean, what? Business of equality? Oh my God, what the fuck is this? The usual suspects.
Yes, the usual suspects. These are all this is the network of them in the business realm. See how it's all like rainbowish?
What? It's a registered trademark? Business of equality?
Yeah.
I don't. But wait a minute, aren't there like trademarks and service marks? Isn't this like something different? If they're providing a service, it cannot be a trademark because you're not trading a good.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I do not know whether you put the R for both the service and the trademark. I know, no, it just says registered. I would have to look it up. But there are fine, subtle distinctions.
Yeah, that's not even close to my lane.
You could query that. The trademark office, the Federal Trademark Office, has a database where you can query that, whether it's actually registered or whether they just claimed that it's registered and it's not registered.
Why would
everybody can put an R.
Why would somebody want the R there? What's the significance of the R?
It just says that you have registered whatever you. Maybe you have like Mandy's hair care products. You have like a name for that. I mean, the idea is that it's distinctive, that not somebody can use the same. You know, you cannot have a double because it would confuse the consumer. So I mean, theoretically, if you have Mandy's hair care products and you have the product and you start selling it without registering it with the Federal Trademark Office, then someone else could come along, a crazy feminist, and make Mandy's hair care products, and then they could sue you because you forgot to register it, but they registered intentionally to
steal.
It's just normal business procedure to avoid confusion. So what's with this? You watch their content because you're interested in business?
No, I'm interested in these crazy bitches that are interested in business, because these are the ones that go around all these corporations and siphon the money.
They're the business infestation crowd.
Yes.
On salary, listing influencer partnerships to reach diverse audiences. That's the thing. Theoretically, you had to always evaluate on a case-by-case basis. I mean, how can you blame somebody? I mean, I do not want to walk around and blame everybody feminist, but I would always be suspicious at this point. Like, it's like feminist until proven otherwise.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, they're bragging about having
on the front lines of women's reproductive rights.
Yeah.
I mean, the dudes, to be quite honest, the dudes that sit there, maybe they just don't know any better. They're just like so encultured by the feminine culture that they just think what they're doing is normal.
Yes.
So the question is, if you provide them with another point of view, are the guys going to be triggered and go into my queen mode, or are they able to, okay, wow, here's another point of argument?
Are they true believers or are they hostages?
Yeah, because if you take this philosophical knowledge-seeking approach, you would be looking at different points of view and angles and try to, am I right here? Have I missed something? Oh, this is new information? Or, I mean,
Right.
I mean, I get it. I sure suffered from that as well at certain points, or maybe I'm still to some degrees.
Yeah.
But I mean, it takes effort to see it from another point of view. You need to invest the time. You need to listen to the person. You need take the person seriously.
Yeah.
You might have to reevaluate beliefs that you have held for a long time.
Yeah.
So
You have to accept the fact that you were probably wrong and believe the wrong people. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I went to these events for 3 years now, always advocating for women's rights. How could I be so wrong?
Right.
Damn it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I always wonder, what's behind it? Like, oh my gosh, here's a whole panel of dudes.
Executive men about reproductive rights, which is pretty incredible.
So
and I
creepy.
first and foremost want to give a shout out to these gentlemen for being a part of this today. Okay, so for a little context, for those ladies out there, who remembers the Mantle? The Mantle was back in the day when you would go to conferences and it was basically panel after panel of white men talking about stuff. And we lovingly, not so lovingly, kind of started calling them mantles. Luckily, we don't see that too much anymore. But what we decided at the FQ was that, oh, wow.
It's really funny.
Nice catch. Well done. Nice catch. Okay. What we decided at the FQ is that actually we have always been built for women, but by everyone, right? For everyone. Sorry, built by women for everyone.
Built by.
For us, we can't change the equation and close the gap without men being involved in that with us every day. And so we felt like now is the right time to start to have these conversations with men. And so we actually did a research report called the Male Report that we released last week. And the number of support across all the different topics that we did was actually so astounding that I actually asked our partner Ipsos to relook at the numbers and make sure there wasn't a mistake, and there was not. The numbers are this high. They stand behind it. It's incredible. And when it comes to reproductive health care, just to know this, in matters of reproductive health care, 78% of men view access to reproductive health as a right. And it is even higher for fathers at 84%. So those are incredible numbers, and that's what we're going to talk about today. One last thing, I'm going to show a quick video, and then we're going to get started. I want to introduce our moderator, Charles Day, who is a fearless...
See how they called abortion reproductive health? See, you say reproductive health care.
It's just like
and it's like, what, you don't want us to have health care for reproduction? I don't know, but we're actually talking about abortion. Like, we're really talking about killing babies here.
The thing is, what I would suspect with these guys, I think the guys, they probably just want to be nice, you know?
Yeah. Well,
and she's just using that.
Yes. They prey on their kind nature. That's how the whole thing happens.
The question would be, how would the lady and the other ladies react if one of the gentlemen would have a totally opposing opinion? Because let's be quite honest, the opposing opinions are out there. So if you want to be really diverse, don't just sit a bunch of men that all have the same opinion and say yes to everything. Then you have to put 3 guys that are on your side and 3 guys who have a different opinion, and then you have to have a discussion about it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just like, I don't know, toast bread, like the same food every day in the morning, only cereal or whatever. I mean, it's just like, it's the same. You need to, where's the diversity?
Right, there's no
I bet
diversity
nobody's
of
going
thought.
to say a different opinion.
Yeah.
Then you're just basking in the limelight. Look at me, I'm the queen. Look at these men. They gave me authority.
Yep. Oh, well, we're allowing them into our space. Only because they're saying all the right things.
Because they are agreeing with you, no? That is why.
Yeah.
There is no other reason to actually allow them in, female spaces.
By the
There
way,
is nothing.
it says on the front lines. It's like on the front lines. Wow. Whoa, this is a real front line right there in the marina. Time to crawl to the mud and have someone scream at you if you want to get a taste of the fucking front lines. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, this woman doesn't even know what the fuck a front line is. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what they have to
Creative
say.
leader himself. He is a coaching and branding expert. If you haven't listened to his podcast, please do. Fearless Creative Leadership. It's one of the best there is. We really thank you for moderating. And I just want to point out, haven't the men like upped their style game this year? I just feel like in general, they've all upped their style game. But I would like to point out Tom Cunningham's t-shirt that he is wearing. Let's give that some love, please. He's actually wearing the t-shirt, which is amazing. All right, with that, I'm going to play a video and then we're going to...
Pause. This is, I think, this is actually what Contriver was pointing out. Here, you notice what she just did. Contriver pointed this out with the Esther Villa. The conditioned man.
Yes, this is the manipulated man.
It comes from the from a child wanting to please its mother.
Right, but
because
you see
he
what
received the praise.
Yeah.
Look how she praised him.
Yeah. Oh, do you see the shirt he's wearing? Something against abortion with some spermies, and it says something vasectomy. Because that's what they've been pushing is vasectomies, like big time. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I hand it over to the men.
We are creating a conversation in a safe space publicly to model conversations that I believed were so important for men to witness. And that's where the growth happens. Here's me being vulnerable. I'm seeing it as a strength.
Empathic leaders. Hold on. Wait a minute. One second. Oh, shit.
I have a suspicion what they're trying to do actually with that.
See, look, raising the next generation of empathic leaders, reproductive rights.
Intelligence. Ever heard about something called emotional intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, that is a thing nowadays.
Yeah.
Straight out of the psychological jargon.
Right.
I think what they do is they just want to reprogram. They just want to reprogram and decide what's culturally acceptable. So I'm like one of these guys. I mean, by the virtue, I mean, it's like they select, probably the guys are all hand selected. So then if you're a conservative dude, they're going to show that to you. Look, that's how you're supposed to behave. You're not matching with that behavior. Something is wrong with you. Why are you not empathic or something? I mean, that's the question.
Yes.
What's going to happen if you're not,
Well,
if you don't flow like that?
This is social programming, social engineering in broad daylight. This is mass hysteria or mass psychosis, as we used to say back in the day. this is how actually things get done
Mm-hmm.
by feminists, because even in her opening vagina monologue, she said, okay, come on. I mean, Mr. Murthy has met with the lady from the vagina monologue. So,
Right. He's so funny.
But the troubling thing is, if let's say I'm at that event and I'm just like, I'm in the audience, I'm raising my hand and it's like, and I say, this is BS, you all just blah blah blah, how disgraceful of guys of men you are, or whatever. If I say something, then I'm identifying myself as having a different thought pattern.
Yeah.
Then the group is going to look at me, what's wrong with that guy?
Oh yeah.
And then they're probably going to come at me. I mean, that's
Right.
that's the reaction that I would suspect. I would not suspect them to listen to me, to take me seriously, or actually reflect on what I have to say. That would be very surprising.
exactly, that would be very surprising. And apart from that, what she said in her opening statement is that we can't pursue further the cause of women's reproductive rights without
Yep.
men supporting us.
Exactly.
just like just like you are doing analyses of what should be done, just like Billy is also doing analyses that they would making the next generation of leaders by shaming everyone else and make them hate themselves for being a man. And obviously it culminates into chopping off your own male genitalia and wearing dresses. That is what they really want. But apart from that, she knows that her worth is only when there are a bunch of men sitting over there wearing a t-shirt, those who would pally up and pander to her tantrums and
Right.
support her in that, whilst they would be the ones who could be like Harvey Weinstein's and Roman Polanski and Jeffrey Epstein's of the world. They don't have to care about all that, because just because you have a male feminist label, and
Mhm.
thus you could get away with anything, even disrespecting other women. That's
Mm.
misogyny. But hey,
Right.
that's
Right.
covered. Covered,
Right.
because
But
Good Mother has been speaking about men's rights. Good Mother has suffered through thick and thin. I have seen her. I have seen that.
Contriver,
For
misogyny is okay as long as you're doing it against women who disagree with us.
exactly. So
Right.
that is why I think it is pure bollocks. And apart from that, I think this would this is the reason, this is the psychological mental block that I always talk about. Men have empathy and sympathy
Yeah.
for women
I know.
en
Too much.
masse, so
Too
much so
much.
that it comes at the expense of their own flesh and blood.
Yes.
Reproductive women's rights is all about aborting your own child, your own flesh and blood. How could you sit over there and wear a t-shirt with a walrus mustache and support her cause of killing your own sons and daughters, the future generations of humanity?
Yeah.
And why don't you reproductive rights, does that cover that, how a child is aborted, how it is butchered, how a child even if it is half a life, it dies? The thing is, these people, and what about the trauma that women have to suffer after the abortion? There are many medical conditions. There was a woman in China. She went, she was in a live-in relationship with her boyfriend. Imagine my shock. In China, in Beijing. And there was a story, she had 14 abortions. 14, 1 4 14. Godmother 14 abortions, and after that, she wanted to conceive a child.
You're
She
right.
couldn't conceive
Of course
because
not.
your reproductive organ is totally destroyed by
Right.
the scissors and knives that have entered into it
Yeah.
to bring out your own life. It is
Yeah.
a part of you through the umbilical cord. So, if you are indulging in abortions left, right, and center, do you think that you would be ever able to, uh,
I don't
you
I
know,
don't think I don't think women who had abortions deserve to fucking have children when they want to. I
I
think they
mean,
gave up that fucking
that is why I always say God is great because karma comes back to them and
yeah.
then they suffer the consequences in their old age. Then they become all these dog moms, cat moms, and all that just because
Right.
they can't become a real mom, a
Right.
biological mom.
Right.
There would be no, child who would be saying "mummy" all the time
Yeah.
and running amok.
Anyway,
This
we
is
digress way.
sure. Control D.
Should we have a listen to see what these guys have to say?
Sure.
I bet there's going to be some hostages in here. There's definitely maybe some true believers, but I think the majority
That
of them are
brown looking
hostages.
chap, that brown chap,
Yeah.
from the left side.
This guy.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
in the t-shirt. He is certainly a hostage.
Yeah.
He certainly doesn't believe in all that, but he's sitting over there because he is getting a diversity quota.
Mm. See,
Community outreach.
I'm going to guess all the guys that have their legs crossed like this are true believers, and the guys that are man spreading are hostages.
Yes,
That's my guess.
exactly. They have the costume for the hostages of terrorism as well. That is a t-shirt.
Right.
Anyways, let's listen. Play.
Thank you for having us. It seems appropriate we're sitting here under a thunderstorm watch to have this conversation. I'm going to actually ask each of the gentlemen to my left to introduce themselves and just give us 30 seconds on who you are, where you come from, and maybe just give us a line on why this was an important thing for you guys to agree to do. Mohan?
Mohan Ramaswamy, one of the founding partners at Work & Co., which is a digital design and development agency. Was really honored to be asked to speak here. I think reproductive rights are an essential right, and it's also something that's very close to a lot of the work we've done as a company, both from an investment standpoint and with ongoing partners. So I'm excited to talk about that a little bit more in detail as well.
Sean McCaffrey, President and CEO of GSTV. We're a national digital out-of-home digital platform in North America. I am a father, I'm a husband, I had a mother, and I think this is a great topic of conversation, particularly in this environment, so happy to be here.
Jay Rosenzweig. I'm chair of the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, which has as one of its pillars representing women around the world, including journalists who've been unfairly imprisoned in places like Iran and Russia. I'm a leadership strategist. I own an executive recruiting firm. We help companies design, build, and attract world-class teams. I've also an investor in dozens of emerging growth businesses. And I've been authoring a report for the past 18 years on women in leadership and the lack thereof. And this past 18th report actually partnered with Female Quotient and was proud to have them as a partner in advocating for greater equality and greater leadership for women. And naturally, this is a place I want to be to discuss women's rights.
Thanks. I'm Tom Cunningham, and I oversee corporate communications for Interpublic Group, the big holding company. And I will admit, I'm used to prepping people for panels. I'm not used to being on them, so I hope I do okay. And the reason I want to be part of this is, we've got 10,000 women who work for us in America. And I remember when Roe v. Wade fell, I feel like every single one of them reached out to us and said, what is IPG going to be doing about this?
See?
And so
Hostage.
It's something that I know impacts a talent business like ours. And I want to make sure that people, understand that IPG is sort of doing the work that needs to be done to try to make sure that this is not just a right for women, but it's a human rights issue for all people.
Hello, I'm John Diosa. I'm the editor of
Human
Ad Age
rights
Studio
issue.
30.
Oh, crap.
That's Ad Age's custom content arm. I'm also and personally, I'm a father of 3 grown adult daughters, and I was appalled, and I'm shocked and a little embarrassed and ashamed by the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned recently. But professionally, being the editor of the Custom Content Studio is my day job, but one of my favorite thing that I do for Ad Age is I oversee a group called The List, which was a group of industry thought leaders that we created with Meta about 5 years ago. And what it is just a bunch of, usually the bulk of it is people who we've honored with Ad Age awards over the past several years. And we just had this idea with Meta a few years ago to gather them together and think, well, it's great to give out these awards. But the reason why we give out these awards is because they're generally great thought leaders and are doing great and innovative things in the industry. So wouldn't it be cool if we got them together, gave them a mission for a year to focus on? So the first year they focus on equitable family leave. The next 2 years they dove deep into diversity, equity, inclusion. They started a mentorship program. They've mentored about 60 mentees. It was aimed toward people from underrepresented backgrounds of all different types of underrepresented backgrounds. This year, with marketing and advertising being under such pressure, we decided to broaden the scope of what the list is and really use the thought leadership platform of Ad Age to kind of just communicate what are the biggest challenges facing us right now. But related back to this, even if we think about the value of marketing and creativity to companies' bottom line, which is something that's always under pressure, especially now, we got to remember that that work is created by people. And going back to what Tom said, I think that's something that everybody in the industry needs to focus on, is that, okay, well, with so many things changing on the ground, it's something that every business is basically responsible for. It has to be dealt with.
Before we jump into some of the questions, can I just ask?
What do you think about that, Gray? His long, fucking winded.
I was just hoping that somewhere there in the harbor, like some pipeline is blowing up.
Oh, yeah, he's the most virtue signaling one for sure.
Yeah, it's what I expected. They all have more or less the same opinion. Nobody has a dissenting voice.
Yeah, we agree with the feminists.
So where's the diversity? Question mark.
Well, and the diversity's in the skin color. Come on, we're being racist here. You gotta put on your.
No, I mean diversity of opinion.
Oh no, that's not what diversity is about. It's about genitalia and skin color.
This looks more like uniformity. It's like totally uniform. Look, they all dress the same. They more or less the same way.
Yeah.
So they dress the same. They think the same. They talk relatively similar. I doubt anybody wants to rock the boat since they have so many female employees. But newsflash, because the feminists have convenience abortions. I mean, it's not even an abortion for a serious reason, probably. So, I mean, I would suspect a lot of this is just maybe convenience abortion. I mean, that's always the vibe that I got. Oh, I want to be able to have convenience. I mean, I'm not a woman, but that's what was always my concern. And
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to say
3
is...
grown daughters that dude has. No wonder he's so...
Yeah, at some point, they will run out of people to employ. I mean, this is what's happening in Germany. Because a lot of labor shortages. So what are they going to do 10 years from now?
It's bad.
Damn, we can't hire anybody. Whoops, my holding company. Oh, I cannot put an international team together anymore. Because...
Yeah.
Everybody's getting old. Nobody's there.
Right?
That's when we should come back and remember them. They remember that panel 10 years ago?
Right? Yeah.
Whoops, your profits are down. Your company's falling apart.
Remember, you supported the murder of the future generation workers. So you're welcome.
I mean, Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
What would be good if one of these gentlemen would be like, be able to give both points of view, like the pro point and the against point. That'd be something. Or if everybody of these guys would discuss both points of view. Okay, we have this position. The people who are pro say this. The people who are against say this. I guess we have different points of view here now. What are we going to do with that? That would be like more quote unquote. I mean, you can be the same person. You can you choose one side or another, but you should at least be able to hold both. Take both into account.
Yeah. Well, the feminists aren't interested in the other. They're interested in gathering men that share that will publicly state that they're willing to be duped by their lies. That's what they want. So it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to host a real debate panel. They're not interested in like what's real and what's true. They're interested in serving themselves.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, if you're having intercourse, I mean, there are multiple ways. I mean, the dude can wear a condom, she can take a pill. You have like double protection. I mean, how can you get pregnant?
Yeah. Yeah. There's no excuse these days at all. With the, all the things that the men created to avoid pregnancy. There's no fucking excuse for it anymore.
And you always have to consider the guys was like, I have children too. I mean, yeah, how would you feel about if one of your children would have been aborted? I mean, how would you feel if your mom did abort you? I mean, you wouldn't be sitting here, dude. So at least there's a discussion to be had,
Yeah.
But let's listen some more how they
talk, how they puppet.
You in the audience, how many of you think that reproductive rights is the key women's right issue at the moment? Basically everybody. Just kind of as a frame of reference, I am devastated.
Oh my God, as if that's the only one.
It's unimaginable that we're sitting here in 2023 having to have this conversation. We all understand the dynamics that have led us to this point, but it is extraordinary to me that we're having this conversation.
See, he sounds just like a feminist. This is exactly what every other fucking feminist has said publicly. I can't believe we're even talking about this in this day and age. Like,
how many of you guys were nervous when you were asked to appear on this panel?
Isn't this the universe telling us that we maybe shouldn't be doing this?
Yeah.
See?
And I will admit to the same thing. This is.
See, little bits of truth pop out. See, when I look at stuff like this, I'm like, ooh, the hostages are actually signaling something important.
It's become dangerous territory, right? In many ways. And I think one of the reasons why I wanted to do this is because we have to find a way that we can all talk about this and we can all collaborate and we can all work together. We cannot solve this problem individually, either from a human standpoint or by gender. We have got to find ways to work together. And the reality is that we are all working in an industry that was designed predominantly by white men for white men. And so to some extent, men are going to have to be part of the solution. So I'm honored to actually have the chance to sit here and talk about this. Why do you guys think this is such a difficult topic for men to deal with? What is it about this that made it nerve-wracking for you guys to say, yes, I'm willing to do this?
I think there's a lot of fear involved and just maybe just a little bit of reticence and shyness just really associated with it. Are we qualified? It's like, why are we stepping to the forward? It's like, is it my job to elbow people out of the way and say, yes, Black Lives Matter, Black activists. We want to be allies. I think we're all like have the right mind, but also there is that reticence. Like, are we the people to speak for it? But of course, that's just, I think it's fear. It really is fear.
Tom?
Yeah, I was also just thinking there were so many horrible photos of white men making law in America that was taking away these rights. And so just the idea of a bunch of men sitting up here talking about reproductive rights, I did have a little trepidation because I thought, I don't want to be the mansplainer telling women about abortion.
That's exactly
and
it.
they should have access to it. So I had a little.
See, he brings up abortion. They know they're talking about abortion.
Exactly.
Probably the feminist listening to is unhappy. Maybe you will get reprimanded later for not saying it the right way.
The right way, right?
Reticence about taking part for that reason, I guess. But I would like to talk as we get into this, as I prep for this panel. The more I read about, the more I educated myself, the more I realized there's a great reason for us to be here, because there's a lot of information around this that I didn't know before I was asked to do this panel.
Yeah. Jay?
Well, as we've seen, there's a definite reticence.
Can you
but
pause?
As we've seen,
Didn't he did say, oh my God, there are these horrible white men that pass laws. I'm so ashamed even being here.
Yes.
I'm a white man too. I mean,
yeah. That white guilt
does sound weird. I mean, why isn't he seeing these white men as someone of his peers?
Right. Because they're the enemy of the feminists. He can't.
Or like men in general. I mean, why does he have to emphasize white men?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because that's what the feminists say.
So again, now the Contrivers Estavilla recommendation comes back to haunt me, because that was always the men are, that was this Estavilla's point of view. The men are conditioned to be pleasing to women, wanting that approval. So maybe he put in an extra effort to be extra pleasing, because you noticed earlier how she was applauding him. Good boy, you're wearing this t-shirt.
Yeah.
You did a great job.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants that again.
And also he's carrying around this white guilt because he's part of the problem, right? He's just associated by what he looks like pretty much. So I'm pretty sure he's been shamed and manipulated into believing that he has to do this, or that he should do this.
The question is, has he surrendered his own agency somewhere in that process?
He's sitting there in the fucking uniform of the tyrannical matriarchy. So yes, he has.
That's where I would recommend him to do some reflecting.
We'll send him an email, Gray.
there are more men who are pro-choice, overwhelmingly. And it's important that half of the pro-choice population speak up. So what I would say is once we get past that kind of hesitation, it's really important for us to speak up. And I think men need to be part of the larger conversation about equality. And if we truly want to be allies and champions, there's so much more that we can do.
Champions.
From the point of view of being a voice for reproductive justice, reproductive freedom, reproductive choice, listening more, I think is really important, holding one another accountable, growing really as partners, and really taking heed of the obligation to make this world a more just place to live in. A couple of other points I'd make is it's important, I think, for us to recruit more and mobilize more and new allies and champions in this struggle. And lastly, what I'd say is it's incumbent upon us to act in a way that can influence and change culture and change laws.
Excuse me a second. Speaking of fear, I'm really afraid of that speaker. Is that safe? It's a very thin speaker stand. Good.
What? That was actually funny. That almost seemed like very smart-assy. It's like, oh my god, the speaker might fall on somebody. Like,
Yeah,
what
it
did that
could
guy
be,
just
yeah.
even say? Did you hear what that guy just said? So the tyrannical matriarchy is trying to recruit more white knights, pretty much. And they're using these guys to try to recruit them.
Ed? Okay.
You don't think that duct tape will hold it?
All right.
Sean, what about you?
So to the basic question of fear, I think this gets into an area that early on in life you're perhaps told these are things you don't talk about in mixed company. A great dinner party, you don't talk about politics, you don't talk about religion. Let's just talk about art or music or whatever. And I think for men especially, this is an area where since we can't physically live through some of these things, there's not typically a safe space in adolescence to have an honest conversation about it. And I think about women's fertility journey. We can't actually have children, but chances are you're there as a partner, a brother, husband, etc. In my old company, there was a conversation in the office several years ago about miscarriage. And when men started talking about it, because one family was going through it, incredibly common and not at all strange to talk about, but not something, at least in my upbringing, where men spoke about it very openly. And then when you start to understand actual the fertility journey, you think as a child, you learn the birds, the bees, and people just have children. It's really easy. When you start to understand, we had a doctor in my life tell us people are actually not very good at getting pregnant, and there's a lot that goes into it. And I just think typically it's not something that men are brought to talk about. And there's that expression that if you can see it, you can be it. I had the good fortune to have grandparents who were small business owners, but it was really my grandmother who ran the business. By the time I came around, my grandfather was semi-retired and wanted to fish every week. And my grandmother ran the business and was a great entrepreneur. And I've had the good fortune to work for many female bosses early in my career. And so that sense of equality has just been very innate, both professionally and personally. Into your opening comments, it's unfortunate that we're still here at this moment in time, especially in the last year, as we've seen happen, that we have to have this conversation.
Mohan?
Yeah, I think the thing that all of us are probably pretty conscious of is how much space we're taking. That's something positive that's happened both on panels and in society a little bit more broadly, is that there's an increased awareness that we should be sharing the stage and all of these opportunities with different voices. And this topic in particular feels like something we're somewhat ill-equipped to speak to or try to educate on. But I think what everyone else is kind of saying here that resonates is that if, the majority of men are actually pro-choice, so many people have had such experiences with their partners or parents or children or whomever. We need to also use our positions of power to help bring some of these discussions to light and make sure there's space for our team members to actually contribute. I think it goes back to what the team is saying here a little bit.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
What's the feminist fucking script? I need to use my power to make space and bring these crazy bitches to the table because we should be listening to them instead.
They are lost. Lost in the pink culture.
They're fucking puppets.
They might believe. They might believe that. They might actually believe that.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Some
of them might.
It's almost like it's like you said, the language is already sanitized. Pro-choice, justice. The people who are against it, they're saying the opposite. This is not about choice. You had your choice already.
Yeah. Yeah. You had many choices leading up to the pregnancy.
So,
many. You chose wrong in every instance, obviously.
Now, face the consequences. I think that was the argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. It's unpleasant. You make the wrong choices. Now you have to face the consequences. That's unpleasant. But I mean, they talked about it like difficult to get pregnant. Yeah, I mean, if you try to cheat biology and wait until you're like 35 and over, not a smart idea.
Right.
I just wish there would be more common sense. It would
That would be
decomplicate
nice.
things.
Yeah. Well, how do you expect to have common sense when you're getting emotionally terrorized?
Didn't in one of the streams, didn't Kush say he went to some store and there was like a person in the store and he had this look in his eyes? That's what this reminds me of.
Yeah.
The look. Ooh.
Yeah.
Looks as if he's not like really there 100% somehow.
I mean, if you're the head of a business and you have all these employees that are women and they're fucking pressuring you to do this shit, like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? I mean, my thing would be fire all these fucking women and replace them with men. But
then you really need a boot camp at that point.
I know.
But I mean, it's not realistic to have like military style in all businesses. I mean, I get that, but it's weird to look at that and to see that now has become like mainstream US culture. It's not what I used to when I was learning English, like in the late 2000s. I was listening a lot to like Stanford Entrepreneurship Corner and stuff like that. People weren't talking about like that. Right. And now I'm wondering, did they think the same way? Did they just not talk about it? Or I had a totally different impression of the culture, you know? I just always thought, oh, they're business leaders, they're inventing stuff, they're creating all these companies, they have the technology, they have this open environment where they talk. And then you had these business people come in and talk about, I mean, everything. Intel CEO talking about what he experienced working at Intel. You had people from big corporations like Genentech. And that the venture capitalists coming there talking about how is it like to be a venture capitalist when people pitch businesses. You had the varying people who actually created startups. Some that fail, some that work well. People who worked at Apple with Steve Jobs back in the day. There was like this real rich storytelling and experience sharing. Mm-hmm. And everybody who was in these lectures, they took something home, you know, from these different stories. Sometimes these people had written books. So if you wanted to delve deeper, you could get a book. But that was great. It was really a culture of entrepreneurship. I don't see zero entrepreneurship here. After all, the channel was about business, right?
Yeah.
That is not business what we're seeing right here. Zero.
No. This channel is about appropriating businesses. Make no mistake, these crazy bitches, that's all they do is infest and infect. So their channel is about that. It's not about building business. It's about taking over people's businesses. Because they can't build business.
You're just like your business is led to the slaughter, so to speak.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous. That's what I'm saying. Like these are hostages. There's a couple true believers in there, but I think the rest are hostages.
But then again, I mean, who owns these businesses? Normally, these businesses they are owned by someone, by pension funds, by something. I mean, that would be ironic if these guys sit there and then their businesses are owned by the pension fund of the teachers union. Then the feminists basically destroying their own pension. But in doing so, they're probably gonna run for the government again for bailouts.
Right.
So
right.
it doesn't.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
But too, which is just we need to make sure we're using our abilities to actually advocate for others and listen to what we can do best.
So
See?
here's what I've done.
We need to make sure we're good boys, so we don't get fucking tortured and raped financially.
The problem is going to be the efficiency is going to go down. It's going to lead to capital misallocation. Efficiency goes down.
Well, there is no where there is not an incentive for men. Why would they work harder?
Yeah. You don't. You absolutely don't.
There is a movement going on in China right now called lying down,
Laying flat, yeah, exactly.
lying flat.
Yeah.
They don't want to work more because they are already overworked.
So far to support women's reproductive rights. I voted for Democrats. I've held my wife when Roe versus Wade was overturned, and I've talked at dinner with our friends about how appalling this is that we live in a country in which this is possible. That's about what I've done. So I'm curious what you guys think we should be doing. What can we do? Let's start at the end.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because I don't have a bunch of answers. I actually wanted to ask them. No, seriously, I thought I made a joke on LinkedIn when Tali asked me to be on this panel that I hope by Thursday that I had the answer. And I really don't. I think it's really, when I answered your first question and I mentioned fear, I think that like getting past your hangups to kind of talk about the actual issues at hand, the things that are having those uncomfortable conversations and educating yourself to ask those right questions, right? I think that's the first step. But obviously, yeah, of course, elections matter, and an entire generation of elections kind of created the Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade, and nobody ever thought it would happen. And I think being in media, especially in communications, we do have a responsibility to tell the truth. I mean, as journalists, we're supposed to be objective. But at the end of the day, if you're not reporting the actual facts, you're not doing your job, right? And when somebody says, a couple of years ago, well, I mean, why is everybody getting so hysterical about the fact that that's a 6-3 supermajority now in the Supreme Court? I mean, it's not going to turn into a Handmaid's Tale like scenario, right? Well, actually, what the hell is it then? What are we actually looking at here? I mean. One political party is so far to the right from where it was, like I said, a generation ago, 2 generations ago. You can make the argument that they were always heading in that direction. That is an argument that could be made. I don't want to make that now.
Wait, what? What is he talking about?
He
Politics.
is talking. Yes, and he is an Indian who goes by the name Mohan Ramaswamy.
That guy?
Yes, founding partner. The placard behind him.
Oh, yeah.
Founding partner, Works and Company of the Female Quotient. Why? Because this is how Indians who are not smart enough actually get their positions of privileges, being a diversity quota hire, even if it is for feminism. Now, this is the very same thing he wouldn't do in India.
Sweet Kush. That's exciting. I cannot wait to see that.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Muhammad, so and seeing you guys connect and having discussions is like my favorite thing. So
he's a great guy.
Yeah, he is. So he's puppeting far right propaganda. This is what it sounds like to me.
far left propaganda.
No, well, he's blaming far right stuff.
Oh,
He's
yes.
talking about politics.
Now, it's really what's important is where they are actually now. So I think that one, being honest and truthful about what the actual facts are, educating yourself, and we're all about data, right? Getting the actual data and then communicating it. So I think that the study of the female quotient TED was really, really illustrative. We're not in the minority, and it's not 50-50. It always used to be, oh, we're a center-right country, or it's a 50-50. It's 51-49. That's bullshit.
Yeah, just to interject for 1 second. It's true that it was unimaginable for a long time that this would happen, but there were months before it happened that we all saw it coming and it was an inevitability. And I'm still stunned by the fact that collectively we didn't do very much about it, right?
Well, I mean, Sheldon Whitehouse just proposed increasing the Supreme Court by adding 4 seats. And there's a snowball's chance in hell that it's actually going to happen, but that was the type of energy that was needed back then.
Stuff like that. Tom, your thoughts?
What was I going to say?
What can we do?
Yeah, what can we do? I think talking about it, again, as I prepped for this panel and sort of looked at the statistics, everyone in this room knows somebody who had an abortion. 1 in 4 women have had an abortion. And I'll tell one sort of sad story for a second. My mom died this last year. And one of the things she told me before she died was that she had an abortion. And I thought, why did my mom feel like that was something she needed to tell me before she died? Is because there's so much shame around it, even with partners, talking to each other. Like, people don't talk about abortion, and they have so much shame about it. I just felt like
you should be ashamed.
We can talk about abortion and use the right words. Don't say reproductive rights. Actually, I'm sort of Gloria Steinem that way. We should actually don't try to soften it by saying what it's not.
And destigmatize the words.
And destigmatize the word.
Right.
And the other thing, my other statistic that I read that I wanted to share is that, which I had no idea. I don't know. I assumed that there must be some complications with the abortion pill. There are fewer complications with that than Tylenol, than Advil, or Viagra. Right, which I thought was a funny statistic also to share. So just educating yourself about it, understanding that, and talking about it with friends and colleagues and in the office. I think that's something besides giving money to the ACLU, which I also suggest we do.
Jay, what about you?
Well, elections definitely matter. I'm Canadian.
ACLU, what is that?
American Civil Liberties Union, who has been fighting for gay rights since the 60s. That is just like the bastion of feminism.
Yeah.
Dissidents like Walter Mondale, Daniel Ellsberg, Jane Fonda, Bella Abzug, Gloria Steinem, all these Alice Walker sort of shady people.
Yeah.
Who castigate the majority.
Right.
Anybody who castigates the majority is welcome.
Right.
And no country is immune, but our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, first of all, half of his cabinet is female,
right?
And it's a very powerful cabinet. He would not allow any member of the Liberal Party to vote against abortion. So you must be pro-choice in your voting if you're a Liberal Party member. So
is that even right? Is it even allowed?
Yes, it is all about rallying people for the cause. And liberals are, by definition, the very same people who they fight with, because libertarianism, it is all about giving freedom to do whatever they want. It is just that when they have to clash with the people, it has been taken over by all these Marxists who give everything a bad name.
So I just went to my bookshelf and I grabbed a book from a woman, actual competent woman. And
really?
She wrote a book called Regional Advantage, Culture and Competition in Silicon Valley and Route 128. So basically the how we call it, the East Coast Silicon Valley with the government contractors, and then the Silicon Valley back in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the title says it, culture and competition.
Yeah.
Culture is super important for your company. What these guys displaying, I highly doubt that is not a competitive culture. That's a culture that will most likely lose totally. So I would almost go so far, this is a national security concern. Because if you have if these are corporate, quote unquote, honchos, the competition doesn't sleep. I mean, the Chinese stealing and copying the technology.
Yeah.
You can't battle the Taliban. The war with Russia doesn't work very well. I mean, Europe in turmoil. I mean, it's not what I remember when I was like studying about stuff. I was like thinking, wow, this is so cool. The people, I mean, she describes in her book, the people from the East Coast, they actually fled. They fled to California all the back in the day, and they started their companies there.
Really?
I don't know. Yeah. A lot of these startups. I mean, I would have to reread it. I read it partially when I was studying English, but maybe it was, I mean, Silicon Valley during the 70s. I mean, maybe these engineers, they all went there. They weren't feminized yet. They had a different work culture, and then they outcompeted with the innovation against what was happening in the East. I mean, it's tough to compete, to move to another state all the way back, and then to compete.
Right.
And then eventually securing your own government contracts. So,
yeah.
I don't know. It's really weird.
It's weird to see these great men that built these businesses so subdued, huh?
I mean, there was serious in the California. This was serious. It's like a very serious innovation. You had like these. I don't know what the companies were called, like Fairchild Semiconductor. You came up with all these semiconductors. I mean, where the fuck do you think your smartphone comes from?
Right.
Where do you think the internet comes from? That was like. There was this research thing somewhere up in the mountains. Was it like Xerox Park, or I don't know all these names, but it's like a really rich history where like the mouse was invented, or I mean, Steve Jobs didn't just create the Apple computer out of nothing. He went to one of these research facilities. He saw what they were researching there, and then he came back, and that's how that actually was inspired.
Right.
What inspiration are you going to get there? What are they doing besides talking pro-choice? I mean, but where's the innovation?
There isn't any. Again, I think you're confusing what we're watching with some kind of entrepreneur or business development something. No, this is
because
business.
I'm thinking it's a business.
No, this is business hijacking 101, right? This is
so they're parading their hijacked subjects.
Yeah. I mean, they call it building, but it's not. That's the only reason they get in with these guys, because they're like they have this little nugget of, language that they speak, and then they trade it for all this puppeted bullshit.
So I mean, then in theory, you would just need to create a quote unquote competitor company run by patriarchal men that's impervious to feminization.
Yes.
For example, by having a strict men-only hiring policy.
I would advocate for that 100%.
Or if you hire a woman, then they are relegated to gender segregated another building somewhere on the other part of town. no contact.
No contact. Oh, and only support staff positions. Only. Like they can answer phones. They can file papers.
I mean, it sounds kind
They
of
can
cool,
make coffee.
but it sounds kind. But I would argue that business would overtake all these other businesses.
It would. It would. 100%.
That is exactly what is happening right now. All these startups and unicorns that are coming up from India mostly are of men. I always share the story in the Discord as well. In all India ranking of NEET examinations, just like you people have your own SAT scores,
Mm-hmm.
and Mr. Anil Murthy through SIFF handle also tweeted, which I also showed to people, that in the 80s women used to come in engineering. Sorry, uh, women used to come in engineering field. Nowadays, women don't want to come into engineering. They are into arts, liberal theories, this, that, and the other, and
Mhm.
everything mumbo jumbo. They don't want to learn, and the first 50 ranks of guys who pass the high school, that is the 11th and 12th standard in India, board exams, that is, they pass with flying colors, and they are all men who are from physics, chemistry, maths, and biology background, STEM.
Yeah.
So I don't know why these people don't understand that, and what sort of logic they are applying. Women don't want to get into these fields.
No. I know women don't want to, and that's what the feminists always talk about as a big problem and an obstacle, because the ones that want to see, and one of these dudes said it, pretty much what they say, you can't be what you can't see. They want to get more women in these areas. And they want to blame men for not, for
Mollycoddling.
women not wanting to do it. It's like they're trying to figure out how to get more women to want to do stuff.
What, now I have flashbacks.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just a second. So, what actually happened is, after this, I actually okay. So what I was saying, I lost my train of thought, but
Yeah, you did.
this is yes.
What were you going to say, Gray? Flashback?
Yeah, because when you talk about the woman, they want more and more women in these fields.
Yeah.
That reminded me of the Apple keynote. They had a developer conference once a year, and I watched the keynote, and Apple presents like whatever Apple is doing. Lots of women. That didn't used to be the case. I actually, when I saw that, I thought, oh my god, I have to include this in a presentation. It's one of the things I couldn't include, but it's like women in this management position, this, and I was thinking, what's going to happen at Apple going forward?
Yeah.
I should revisit that. I should revisit it and do screenshots, and then we can go through what positions in Apple are already occupied by. And then let's see what comes about it. I mean, the thing that's sad is if you create like a real only guys business, and you exclude the woman, you automatically, just for precautionary measures, you also exclude women that maybe are reasonable. Because it's just like more risky. You know, like this Annalise 16, the lady who wrote that book. That's a good book. She was a good researcher. And so you can have also good women work at Apple, but I imagine they would do specific things like design the icons or something, that you use on your computer. But to be like the manager of the engineering team.
Yeah. Well, like Elon taking over Twitter, right? He fired like 80% of the people. And guess how many of those were women?
100%.
Well, probably like 90, but at least. Yeah, because they were all fucking activists and censorship Nazis.
One was an Indian who goes by the name Vijaya Gadde. That bitch is gone. I'm so happy. She used to appear on Joe Rogan's podcast alongside the then Twitter CEO. Before this Agarwal bastard, uh, after Elon took over, I mean, the predecessor of Agarwal, actually. Anyways, so what happened is that the fallout of women not coming into the field of STEM and getting into these fields is that they are trying to say that psychology is coming into STEM. So
Yes, I know.
we are going to dilute it so that women would be able to learn a thing or two about science through psychology field, through gender studies degrees field. So if that is going to happen, what sort of education we are going to get? Because it would not be pure arts or pure science.
They already did that, though. Texas A&M already announced how happy they were about it. How, like, on a governmental level, that psychology was being brought into that foundational network of actual sciences. I mean, they attached the psychology field. All these women attach themselves to every other fucking structure.
I thought that Texas A&M University's new uh, dean actually was doing something about it.
I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's doing. She's pissing a lot of people off, but in a good way. Like when I look from the outside at all the changes that she's been making, they seem good.
Okay.
But yeah, this was announced before she even took over, though. But like Grace said, like, yeah, there are a handful of competent women, but they're going to be outliers in certain fields. It's not. They've always been outliers.
Yes, I
Like
mean
that.
exceptions always exist.
Yeah, but the problem with this whole feminist movement is they want to take the example of these outliers and claim that all the rest of the women are also capable of such things, and they're not.
Yeah, because we are suppressing them. It's all our fault.
Right. Not that they're not willing, interested, or fucking able. It's because, oh, white men bad. And it's a lie. So, gentlemen, I need to take a potty break. Will you excuse me for 1 second?
Sure.
Okay.
So, Mr. Contriver, any updates, news, what's going on in India or what's going on? Any interesting stories to tell?
Destruction on a massive scale? What else is there?
Really?
Yes. I showed you the gender reassignment surgery is coming under social health care. What else is there to say? Same-sex marriage and marital rape are being discussed right now as we speak. The matter is still sub judice, but it is still there.
Sounds like a waste. Sounds like a waste of time and resources. There are more pressing issues.
45 million cases are pending. But hey, it's fine. It's all about mollycoddling the vagina.
Yeah. Snail space justice.
Yes, yes. 45 million cases are pending in which country? India. But nobody bats an eyelid because, hey, it makes a good fortune.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's like disappointing if I see on what topics society puts their mental attention. It's just like that's like me. If I do stupid stuff, then there's no time for being productive or to do something smart. I mean, if I choose to, and it seems society does that on a massive scale. I mean, there are pockets where it still works great. Let's say I sometimes watch the drone footage of the Tesla factory here in Berlin. That works very well. It's really lots of dudes just building the factory like crazy. It's really growing. So there you get there. I get so can to get to watch some progress, but
Progress of what? Your German industries are dying because you are supporting the the Anglo-Saxon world and their alliance against Russia. The trans uh, pipeline which was going through Hungary, you were getting all the oil, Russian resources, plus you had back channel diplomacy with them as well. Now what is there? Nothing.
oh yeah, dude, there are a lot of women in these, a lot of female experts when it comes to Eastern Europe and Russia and I don't know. I mean, I saw it on TV. On TV, very often, they're like female experts explaining Putin or whatever, and I'm just like, seriously. Oh, I also watched the talk show, and the lady who managed the talk show had like a pro NATO side guy, and then one guy who was like, but hey, we need to also take the Russian interests into account or perspective. And then it was like the guy was like basically that was actually interesting. The lady who moderated the talk show, she didn't have to do anything. Because the other guy who was like pro NATO, he did everything, all the talking points, almost like for her. I thought he did the talking points for her. So she had just to lean back and had the guys argue it out. Hello, hello.
Yes, I'm here. I was actually listening to you.
Yeah, that's okay. Cool.
Okay. Good mother is back as well.
All right.
So I was thinking that perhaps before the 21 conventions,
Mm-hmm.
you could take interview of some of the people like Mr. Tony Bruno, and the other gentleman who was, uh, holding up an interview studio of his own and conducting interview, wearing a
Who?
suit or something.
Who?
I'm forgetting the name, but it started with J or Y.
I don't know. You
He's
borged
on.
out a little bit when you said the first name, so I didn't catch it.
I think it starts with J or Y.
Yeah.
The gentleman who conducted an interview with Mr. Jeff Younger
Oh, Jeff Younger.
at 21 conventions, not Mr. Jeff Younger, the other guy who interviewed him. It's on.
Oh, who did the interviews? Are you talking about
Yes,
Joe Pesci?
yes.
Yeah, yeah. I can
So
reach out.
I mean, you should conduct an interviews that how are the preparations going, and all, we have to be reinvigorate that spirit before the conventions with them.
Well, Jeff's not going to be at this next one.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't even know who all's going to be there. I'm bringing Cam though. I signed him up to volunteer.
oh wow, wow.
Yeah.
That is,
Yeah.
if Mr. Elliot Hulse is something whom he would love
Yeah.
to talk to.
Perhaps.
Yes,
As long as there's, he's not a fan of the PUAs, so.
he's not a PUA. He's
I
a
know.
strong man and a strength coach. I have known him
Yeah.
since 2015.
Yeah.
So he is someone who doesn't. He's a family man. He's a married man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
He
just saying,
already.
as far as like all the other speakers, like,
Oh hey, but I also saw a video of Minnesota Liz on Rumble. I think
did you?
yes.
Good. I hope she comes back.
You could interview her at least.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm still working on some new. I wanna get some people. I already have one guy that said he'd come on my channel and do a chat from the corporation that I'm working at.
Wow.
So I might be able to get one that just got fired, but we'll see. We'll see. The feminist that's in the leadership currently is gunning for a lot of the men. So I'm trying to shift that target off of them onto me. But we'll see how well that works out. Yeah, Johnny, it was a man who got fired, but he got fired for some reasons. Anyway, should we finish this or wrap up the stream?
We should finish this.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Just fine with me. Thank you for being here and allow me to present. I appreciate hanging out together.
Oh, are you leaving, Gray?
Oh no, it sounded like you wanted to conclude the stream.
No. No. That's what I was saying. Should we finish this video? It kind of makes me sad watching
okay.
them.
I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah. It kind of makes me sad watching these puppets of the matriarchy. these hostages.
We could imagine something positive. For example, we could imagine the same just with gentlemen that hold a different point of view. I mean, you could make the same panel just with let's say, red pill guys or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, it's I like that there are these conferences where you go to. I think with Contriver in India, there's also some conference or something going on, so that keeps that masculine culture alive. So I think we
masculine culture is not alive. It is just a bunch of castrated eunuchs actually talking amongst each other. Like us. I mean, I like to denigrate ourselves because we are at the helm of affairs look like this bastard in the video, who he was an Indian, and despite being an Indian, he is supporting and being a founder member of this very, feminazi think tank in America. If he was in India and he would have done something like that, his father would have given him a tight slap in front of everybody.
That's why that's contriver how he is. That's why he is so likable.
I mean, the bastard is making fortune out of it, and being a diversity quota hire. This diversity quota hire is actually much more dangerous and nefarious than even a white or a black man. And he is one
Yeah.
of my own. I don't like Indian people. Let me tell you upfront. I don't like anybody who supports degeneracy of any kind, and this is degeneracy. This is promoting killing of children. Is this not genocide? If a man kills a woman or shoots a woman who is pregnant, then it is called as a double homicide. But when a woman kills a baby, it is not considered as a single homicide.
Right.
I mean, what sort of a world we are living in? So, I mean, it is asinine to talk about these people because they are right now at the helm of affairs. The only silver lining which I see in the sky is through us talking about these things. If men grow some testicles, grow a spine, move out, and start speaking up their mind, they would be very much more, listened by other men. Because I have seen the experience. What happened was, if you people have 2 minutes, I would like to share a real life incident which happened very recently with me. I went to a petrol pump, just like you people call it a gas station. I went to a petrol pump to fill up my car with petrol, gas. So there was a garage as well, and in that garage some car washing was going on through the machines and whatnot. It usually happens adjacent, in a place adjacent to the gas station in America as well, I presume. So what they what happened was a woman came in her scooter, and she couldn't pump the brake, pull the brake, and she actually was in very low speed, but she actually bumped in a car of a gentleman. When the gentleman came out, he started making video for his own insurance company and the surveyors who would be coming in to assess as to what is the date, what is the time, when it happened. They need photographic and videographic evidence as well sometimes because of insurance. Like they don't really give you insurance in the first instance. You have to prove it that it is worthy of your insurance. So that gentleman was doing that, and the vehicle was he took a photo of vehicle as well, and there were some other people who actually came because it was such a commotion that happened in broad daylight, actually in the evening. And I was filling my tank with petrol, and I was seeing everything. That woman actually created ruckus just because the boys were 20 or 22-year old who came in defense of the man whose car she damaged.
Right.
And not only that, she she rang to her brother or something. 4 and 5 other men also came up, and this is from the petrol pump, which is in front of a female police station in India.
Female
In
police station?
Oh yes, that is specifically for mollycoddling the vaginas.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no men over there to harass them or harangue them, things like that. So it is a female police station. They specialize in the domestic violence and matrimonial disputes and sexual harassment and you know the whole mafia culture of the police itself. But women do it, they relish it, they relish their positions, whether they are a constable or whether they are an inspector general of police. They don't give a damn. All are women, all, enjoy that very authority that has been granted to them, bestowed upon. So this woman didn't go to the police station to actually file a case because she was wrong. And Mr. Johnny Midnight is here. So
Hey, Johnny.
hello, sir. Okay, shall we continue? So this woman called her brother alongside 5 to 6 other men who are 40 to 50 years old, and they started enunciating the laws, and you can't click a photo of a female. Well, she was standing next to her own scooter with which she damaged his car, and that is why he was actually clicking the photo of the scooter itself. Now she came into the picture, that is a different matter, and it was not an obscene photo or a naked photo or something. It was in public place, broad daylight, where CCTV cameras are there on a petrol pump in case of any emergency or highly inflammable material actually erupting in fire or something, because that also happens. So I got into it. I came to know, I asked other men who were bystanders. They said the woman is at fault, but nobody is doing anything. Nobody is saying anything. And she was screaming at top of her lungs. Not only screaming at top of her lungs, she was actually, trying to threaten the 20 to 20, 18 to 20-year-old boys who were literally there for their own car wash. They were in queue, they were in line, and the gentleman was behind them. So when the impact happened from her scooter to the car, it was a loud sound and a huge commotion. So they came out to see it, and they also clicked a photograph of the vehicle itself, of the woman, not the woman herself. She said, how dare you, click my photograph and this, that, and the other. I would see to it that you go to jail. I would file a case against you, this, that, and the other. She did all of that. I got into it. The MRA came out, I guess.
Yeah.
I uh, and this was my first time actually speaking in favor of men's rights.
Right.
So I started with consoling those very boys who were being abused,
Right.
being called every name in the book, given threatened with police and military and whatnot. So I told them, women like these actually try to take advantage of you. Do not cower in fear. Even though I was shaking,
Really?
I was shivering, but I had to, you know, do something because I couldn't let it slide. So I got into there. I was shaking because I don't do that.
Right.
And I told them, do not yield in front of her. You have done nothing wrong. You have just clicked a photograph. In front of us is a female police station. If she is that much courageous, if she has that much conviction, she would go over there, register a case against you, and your mother and father would be involved. Your parents would also come in your defense. You don't have to fear about that bloody wench. These were not the exactly the same words, but this is what I said. Then that man actually started, who was the brother of the woman, actually started coming to me and he started having a verbatim with me. So I started verbatim with him because you are a man, I am a man. I mean, bring it on, man.
Right.
What are you going to do against me? And I was not afraid at that time. For the last time when I was going through, they made a circle around and they started actually, discussing as to what should be done or what I have done, what happened. People discuss as to how the man fell from the bridge or something, and they
Yeah.
discuss how it happened. So they were the brother, the wench, and 5 other men whom she called, and they got onto the petrol pump. She was explaining. I just interjected. I interrupted them, and I said, "I am just a bystander. I have no stake in saying in between you. But, madam, why did you try to threaten?" And before I could say anything, she said, "If you are going to speak in a woman's favor, then only speak, otherwise, shut up."
Oh my God.
She said this to me. I have the video. I will show
But
you.
contriver, you're but a mere Morlock. How dare you speak out of turn, motherfucker?
Right.
Jesus. Yeah, it's like this is what it's become.
Yeah.
But I couldn't let it slide. So I said, "Madam, you have been so obnoxious and rude. In front of you is a police station. If you are that much courageous that it is not such a small matter of pride for you, go and file an FIR against us in the police report, and then we will respond in kind.
Right.
Since you don't want to do that and create a commotion over here, there are people's livelihood as well. There is a CCTV camera as well. Why do you have to, be up in arms and create such a hullabaloo just because someone clicked your photo by mistake? First of all, you actually were the one who damaged someone else's car, and that man actually was very, he also mollycoddled her. His car got damaged. That was a different thing. He was also there for a car wash. So he actually mollycoddled her. She became belligerent and aggressive with him.
Yeah.
Then those boys who were up in queue before him, whose cars were getting washed, they also came back, clicked the photo of the scooter alongside the woman. Well, what is wrong in that? It is a public photograph. It is not that she is naked or she is being made naked or something.
Yeah, but she's trying to dodge accountability. All of that is proof that she did it.
Exactly. So when she told me that if you have to speak in my favor, then only you can speak, otherwise shut up. So I said, why? My habit of questioning actually came across, and I said, why? Let us just test it out. Why? So I said, you inflicted the damage, yes or no? So she said, yes, I inflicted the damage and I was about to pay for it. But, this is why I called my brother to bring, some money for the gentleman as well. I said, he's gone. He didn't get his car washed. He got his car damaged because of you.
Yeah.
Now he is going to get it checked by a garage or something or in the showroom itself. So you don't have to worry about it. You just say the way you castigated those 4 little boys who were there for a car wash, just for a car wash. They were bystanders. They did nothing wrong other than clicking a photograph of yours. If you say that you are a mother, and she also used the vagina card, victim card, woman card, and then a mother card. I'm like a mother of these children, these 4 children over here.
It makes me wonder, when Mandy was talking about she's trying to dodge accountability.
Yeah.
Is she doing that decisively, or is the hamster in her head telling her to do that. Well,
No,
what I
no,
mean,
she was.
yeah,
She was behaving in a high-handed manner, as if
yeah,
she is the governor of the entire city. She is the godmother of
because
the
she's
entire
been
city.
told her whole life that somehow she is superior to men.
Right.
Yes, but
This isn't the case, but in her brain it is because
Right.
she doesn't really know anything else.
so I actually used the sympathy card because I thought that this is my first time. Perhaps things might turn out, not entirely favorable for me
Right.
as a men's rights advocate. So let me show my capability. And I said, if you had your son been here, and 5 people or 6 people would have ganged up on him, how would have you felt? And if you are
Right.
thinking that you are somewhat special, or your son is somewhat special, they are also someone's son. Okay, so if their parents get involved, would you take accountability for what happens next? And this is what I told.
What'd she say?
She didn't say anything.
Right,
Mm.
She
because
had
she
nothing.
has no fucking empathy. You short circuited her brain.
Perhaps yes.
She was probably at a loss, at a total impasse, because you're challenging her to employ something that she hasn't done hardly but maybe 5 times in her entire life. Did
Hello, Sam.
if she caused the accident, did the guy get her insurance at least, or how does that work
No,
over
no.
there?
He would get insurance anyways.
Okay.
It is just that she it would have been better if he had been able to click the photograph of the vehicle from which it got damaged.
Right.
And that is exactly what he was doing. He was doing nothing wrong.
Right.
This
I
is
was
why I don't
shaking,
like
by the
leaving the house.
I was shaking. I would be honest with you. I would
Yeah.
not lie to you people. I was shaking like anything.
I bet
Like
That's
you
a
were.
crazy. But all those men around against one woman, and
And they could not
they're all
open their
afraid.
mouth. They could not open their mouth.
Right.
Well, I'm glad you challenged her, contriver, because she
Yeah.
fucking needed it.
Yeah.
I was dead scared from the inside. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, man. I
Yeah.
really don't. It's it's kind of reminds of like the reason that I came up here was it's only for a little bit. I was thinking about Subgate, the submarine that imploded because it was too woke to handle much depth, and all those people died in it. And
Right.
we're all aware that the lead developer of that project got onto Twitter and boasted about how they fired a over 50-year-old white male from the design and engineering phase of that project. And I don't really know who they replaced it with. It was some minority group, I guess. And of course, we all know that its maiden voyage was a total tragedy.
Yeah.
Now, it made me think about that. It's like, here you have somebody that is an upper echelon job. We're talking a shipwright, a nautical engineer here. And
Right.
this man that they had fired at will, just because of not what he did, but what he is.
Yeah. The genitalia and the skin color he was fucking born with.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, just for the record, I have no fucking sympathy for any of those people who died on that thing.
Nobody should.
No,
Nobody should.
I hope they're shark chum. I hope they were well fed. But anyway, I was thinking about like somebody who is of equal level, like our brother Iridium Kush.
Mm-hmm.
He is a chemical engineer. Okay, his job is extremely niche. It is hard to get to. Not just anybody can fill his shoes.
Right.
He makes the numbers. He does a great job. Now, I would think due to the fact that not all everybody needs chemicals, whether they like it or not. It's part of our daily lives. We live in a chemical world, and chemicals make the world go round right now. So what he does is extremely important, and it's also, everybody uses it. Whereas not everybody uses a submarine. All right. I'm never going to get into a fucking submarine in my entire life. I highly doubt it.
Right.
But what if his company said, Kush, you're in your 50s, you're white, and you're male. You've been crushing it. You've been doing a great job, but we're going to have to let you go. Why? What did I do? Well, you're not meeting the ESG scores of our corporation.
Right.
So we're going to have you train your replacement, Room Poo Poo Jenkins. She's totally fucking retarded. She's fat, she's black, and a lesbian. We are going to be drowning in investment capital, unlike with you. See, now that's not going to happen at his company just because,
right?
Like I said, he has such such important, hard to meet skills.
Yeah,
I could never become a chemical engineer.
Right.
Okay,
But you are a network engineer.
Yeah, but still. My job, however, could probably be replaced. That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, come on, sir. You people are, independent contractors working for the, intelligence agencies as well.
Yeah, I mean, I work through agriculture, but still, it is cybersecurity, yeah.
Yes.
And it is extremely vital what I do. But at the same time, I think that there are so many more network engineers out there than, say, a chemical engineer. And I wonder, just for instance, at my corporation and at Mandy's corporation, a white male could probably be easily replaced like Mr. Submarine.
Well, they're doing it. Actually, the feminists...
I want to know more about that.
Yeah. Yeah, the feminist that is gunning out for all these white men, she wants to replace them with women and gay dudes.
Yeah. And you're trying to actively blockade this shit by making it.
Oh, yes.
Right? Oh, good
job.
Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Good job,
GM.
No,
she even brought one of her cronies. I don't know, her little her fucking little pets, her little minions to the meeting. This last meeting, like, she's not even in a leadership position. She's not a department supervisor or above. She had no business at that meeting, but she is so confident that she's going to get her into a position that just opened up that she just automatically was like, you should be there. Like,
just like that.
Yeah, just like that. And she was there, and I was like, why is she here? This is weird. Like, she
because
doesn't
she's
actually
a poster
hold
child.
She doesn't actually hold one of these positions yet. Yeah.
So they're grooming her basically for bigger and better things just by dint of her orientations, let's say.
Because she's a black woman, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing against black people. I'm just saying that corporations realize what a spike to the ESG score they can be. And she is also a woman, so that knocks you up about 50 points and so on and so forth. So basically somebody that is in that same position who's male and perceived to be straight, because, I mean, who you really shouldn't announce that at your company. Is going to be under fire to be fired.
Yep.
To make room for her.
Yep.
Miss Fang. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, she already got the male fired. That is the thing.
Oh, so the male is gone.
Yeah, she already got a male fired to open up a position. Yeah.
And she's just waiting for them to sign the paperwork, and then she's in.
Apparently, but she can't. She can't technically take that position because she's not. She hasn't spent the required time in the position below it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she has to spend X number of working hours basically to meet that criteria, and then they're going to fast track her right up into it.
Yeah, she's supposed to spend 6 months in my position first, and she's not even in that position.
Okay. I want you to make her days just like walking into a fucking flamethrower every day, Mandy.
I'm trying to make it so she doesn't even get into my position. Like if they put her into this other position that they're wanting her, or the feminist wants her to be in, like that is going to be so fucked up because there's a what do you call it? You have to buy your time in other places first. You can't just be fast tracked.
Yeah. There is a structure of seniority that you have to follow in order to it's not like some specialized position such as network engineering where you could go ahead, flash your degree or your experiences and go into that. You have to work from the bottom on up, and she's not matriculating up to it. That I get you.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. It'd be like, call an ambulance. We have a woman here with a nervous breakdown. She's gone catatonic, and there's Mandy standing over her like, "Hi, bitches." It'd be fucking funny. Yeah. I was just thinking about that. I was just like wondering, like, I was making that comparison. What if they did something like they won't, but like I said, and I'm not trying to scare Kush. I'm just saying though, it's akin to them firing Kush,
right?
Who's excelling at his position just because of what he is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what pisses me off. That there is no strive for equality with this agenda, none whatsoever.
Right.
If there was equality, it would have been everybody who is meeting this standard of merit, no matter what you are, would be able to fill and maintain this role as long as you are making those numbers.
Right.
But since they are striving for equity and female superiority, or no, not superiority, supremacy.
Supremacy.
There's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference. Then anybody's up for grabs. It makes me sick.
See, and that's the thing. Like I was talking with somebody yesterday, and he just doesn't fucking understand how they operate. He thinks they operate and they care about fairness because that's what they say. I'm like, no. That's not how the matriarchy actually operates, and that's not actually what they care about. Like he thinks that one of these crazy bitches would take his side over the matriarchies. I'm like, no, that would never fucking happen.
No, because he doesn't satisfy their in-group preference. As a matter of fact, he's antithetical to it.
I know. And it's weird.
He represents everything they hate.
Exactly. But he thinks that they have honor.
Oofta. Oh my God. He's fucking that poor deluded soul. I know you're trying to educate him, GM. I know. And I think maybe you'll get through to him. You're really good at that.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I will.
The simp is too strong in that one, huh?
I think so. Maybe.
Poor fucker.
But,
anyway.
Yeah.
If you ever want to do a show, because you actually taught me a lot, especially through that valuetainment route that you had sent to me. if you wanted to do a big ESG focused show, I
Yeah.
would love to get you and Kush and Contriver and stuff. And Gray, what I was able to catch of your presentation earlier today was really, getting into that type of that paradigm
Territory.
that's going on right now.
Yeah.
And did you actually make that presentation, Gray, yourself?
Yeah, but
Wow, man, great.
It get into what?
Oh.
Okay, you
Johnny,
don't know about ESG?
No.
Okay, because you've totally spelled it out with this presentation.
What's
And
ESG?
that actually might be the missing link he's looking for.
The missing link, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. ESG stands, every corporation must abide by an ESG score. And, I want you to look it up later on because I can't stay long, but ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. If a corporation needs to have operating capital, and they get their operating capital through investment banks, such as our buddies at BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, JP Morgan, Bank of America, HSBC, and so on. The usual gang of idiots. They basically keep a corporation's lights on. And the rest of it that the corporation makes through its business dealings is profit. So ESG scores have to be met in order for the investment bankers to fund the corporation, its investment capital.
So it means all short-term liquidity as well as long-term
Yes,
financing?
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. And here's the thing. These investment bankers demand that your corporation, and that being the CEOs that are at the top of the chain in the corporation, meet the ESG scores. Environmental are things like...
Wait a minute. I think I heard about that.
Yeah.
But I also would like to say that sounds highly illegal.
It does sound highly illegal, but here's I'm going to illustrate to you too how it's affecting Mandy's company. For instance, okay, environmental is your Greta Thunberg issues. Are you recycling? Are you earth happy? Is your packaging, non-biodegradable? Is it biodegradable? Things like that. That makes sure that your corporation's environmental score goes up. Social is feminism, minorities, and things like that. Are they being hired and are they being promoted into upper offices? And then governance is things like safety, things like that. Do you have enough wet floor signs on board? Do you have enough fire extinguishers in your facility? Those types of factors. Now, the thing is that even though it does sound highly illegal, these investment bankers get their money not just through the NGOs that you were speaking about. And these NGOs are from all sorts of different countries. Yeah, a lot of them are from Germany. Mandy's corporation, we had found out, she just went right to the sauce, man. It is out of Finland. So, technically, what's happening is a non-governmental organization out of Finland is dictating to a corporation in Texas who and who not can be hired or promoted. Yes, how is that legal? I don't know.
It's not, because it interferes with independent decision making.
Of course it does. So many of the CEOs, and I don't know, Mandy, if you went that high up into your business to speak with them, but you have spoken to some of your higher ups, and not all of them sound very happy with what's going on.
But they don't really know what's going on.
Right, that's the thing. And I think this valuetainment video is going to explain a lot of missing blocks right here. It is fantastic. It is definitely worth the 18 minutes. Why don't we hit it?
Yeah,
I would just say normally there is something like fiduciary duty, right? So
well, That's Lustica. No, seriously. You might want to go ahead and play this video and let's educate Gray on this matter.
Okay, Gray. You ready?
I shut up now.
So look, with recent news about Target losing $9 billion in a week after having a section for the Pride Month and the clothes and transgender, and wait a minute, what just happened? Why did they lose $9 billion in a week? Why did Bud Light just lose 28% of sales and it's not even slowing down? And all of a sudden they're coming back saying, no, we love our drinkers and we're not going to do this Dylan Mulvaney thing. And then ESG comes out and says, oh, you guys had a perfect score, Anheuser-Busch, but after the way you handled yourself with Dylan Mulvaney, we are lowering your score, and they're so scared. What happened to CEOs? Number one customer being the buyer, you and I, then their employees, then the investors. Today, these S&P 500 companies, why are they so scared of BlackRock? Why are they so scared of their ESG scores? We're going to take a deep dive into that topic in this video. All right, so if you get value from this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. What is ESG? ESG is a score to measure how well a company addresses risks with respect to environmental, social, and governance. Hence, ESG issues in its day-to-day work and operations. These risks include matters like carbon emissions, employee safety, and board diversity. The system uses analysts and algorithms to calculate environmental, social, and governance ratings that are then combined into a score. So where did ESG come from? In 2006, the United Nations enacted the Principles for Responsible Investment, PRI. PRI is a set of 6 principles that outline how investors can integrate environmental, social, and governance, ESG, factors into their investment decisions. The PRI has been signed by over, ready, 3,000 investors, representing over $40 trillion in assets under management. These are the 6 principles of the PRI. Number 1, incorporate ESG issues into our investment analysis and decision-making process. Number 2, seek to ensure that our investment activities are aligned with our commitments to responsible investment. Number 3, disclose our investment policy and procedures in relation to responsible investment. Number 4, encourage investment managers to incorporate ESG issues into their decision-making process. Number 5, work with investee companies to promote responsible business practices. Investee meaning companies that they invested into, investee companies. Number 6, promote the PRI within the investment community and with other stakeholders. So wait, UN as in like United Nations? Yes. What the hell does United Nations has to do with the way Bud Light or Target or other businesses on S&P do business? Well, this is how they have had the chokehold on companies to get them to hit a score so they do what United Nations wants them to do, which is what a lot of people in America are worried, saying, wait a minute, why not just worry about America? Who the hell are those guys to tell us how we live our lives, how we run our companies? That's what happens when companies become global companies. Some of these companies want more control. Let me even go deeper into how much control United Nations, UN, has over these companies. So UN has powers to influence the flow of capital and set international laws. Companies need capital. You have a high score, you get capital. You have a low score, we're not giving you the capital you want. Number 1, legislative powers. The UN can pass resolutions that impose sanctions on or invest in sustainable development projects. Control. Number 2, judicial power. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, can impact the rights of investors and ability of countries to regulate the flow of capital. More control. Number 3, financial powers. The UN has influence over the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which have the power to lend money to countries and to influence the flow of capital. More control. The UN has several ways to influence these institutions, including the UN General Assembly and the Security Council can pass resolutions that are binding on the World Bank and the IMF. The UN can appoint representatives to the boards of World Bank and the IMF. The UN can provide funding to the World Bank and the IMF. The UN can issue reports and studies that can make recommendations to the World Bank and the IMF. So the next question would be, is there somebody above the UN? Who is above the UN? Who controls the UN? Well, let's take a look. NGOs have the most significant influence on the UN's decision-making process. NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Through lobbying, advocacy, and partnerships, NGOs have massive influence over the UN's agenda. They also have played a significant role in mobilizing public opinion on UN-related issues. The NGO that encouraged the UN to enact the Principles for Responsible Investment, PRI, was the United Nations Environment Program Finance Initiative, or UNEP-FI, is a partnership between the UN Environment Program and the financial community. So having said that, some of the largest NGOs NGOs today include Amnesty International. Revenue was roughly $392 million last year. Doctors Without Borders, they had a $2 billion revenue. World Wildlife Fund, they have a revenue of $257 million. Oxfam, $119 million. Save the Children, $950 million. And so now the next question would be, so who controls the UN NGOs? Now, who controls NGOs? Let's take a look. Top donors. So who are these top donors? Well, governments, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland are the top individual donors into the UNEPFI. So financial institutions such as AXA, BNP, Deutsche Bank, HSBC, ING, these financial institutions provide funding to UNEPFI through their membership fees and through their participation in various programs and initiatives. Foundations such as Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. These foundations provide funding through their grants and through their participations in various programs and initiatives. You ready for the next one? This one's kind of weird. Ready? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has donated billions of dollars to various NGOs worldwide and partnered with NGOs like the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and many others. George Soros Open Society Foundation, HRC. According to Open Society Foundation website, the organization has given a total of $100 million to HRC over the past 10 years, which has been used to support a wide range of organizations' work, including legal challenges to anti-LGBTQ laws, public education campaigns about LGBTQ issues, and lobbying efforts for LGBTQ rights legislation. By the way, if you're wondering how big Open Society Foundation is, which Soros gave $100 million to, he's given to them since 1984, $32 billion of his own money. Soros, his own money, $32 billion has been given to Open Society. It's a massive ran by George Soros. So it's crazy, right? You think about all these big organizations. Why do they care so much what these companies do? Why do they fear with this ESG score? Why are they doing so many things that makes no sense? Why would Bud Light target a transgender audience? They don't drink your beer. You have military. Why would you make such dumb decisions? Because they're worried about pleasing the score. Here's a story from Bloomberg regarding BlackRock and Larry Fink. Watch this. In 2020, Larry Fink declared that a fundamental reshaping of global capitalism was underway and that his firm would help lead it by making it easier to invest in companies with favorable environmental and social practices. Our flows continue to grow and dominate, Fink said regarding ESG funds. On the same conference call with analysts, he added, BlackRock is a leader in this being ESG. And we are seeing the flows, and I continue to see this big shift in investor portfolios. What Fink did not say is that BlackRock drove a significant part of that shift by inserting its primary ESG fund into popular and influential model portfolios offered to investment advisors who use them with clients across North America. The huge flows from such models mean many investors got into an ESG vehicle without necessarily choosing one as a specific investment strategy or even knowing that their money has gone into one. In short, an apparent BlackRock-led rush of investors into ESG in the past 2 years has been something of self-fulfilling prophecy, at least when it comes to the biggest such fund on the planet, a BlackRock exchange-traded fund that trades under the ticker ESGU, according to data from BlackRock and Morningstar. So do you support ESG? You're watching this. Do you support ESG? Do you have mutual funds? Do you have stocks? Have you invested into some of these funds? You may not know, but a portion of your money is supporting ESG. And you don't even know it. That's what this is kind of talking about. By the way, let me give you some numbers on how powerful it is and why company CEOs, S&P 500 CEOs, shiver when it comes down to these types of things. Watch this. Number one, Net Zero Asset Managers initiative launched in December 2020 with an initial group of 30 signatories. By the end of 2022, it had 291 representing over $66 trillion of assets under management. It's a lot of money, $66 trillion. According to Larry Fink's 2023 CEO letter, today's global financial assets total is $400 trillion. This is $66 trillion. That's a lot of influence. According to Boston Consulting Group, asset managers control roughly 60% of global investable assets. This is why companies are afraid of going against ESG. Asset managers control investment flows. There is no other way to say it, but why a CEO of a company that knows who 99% of his customers are wants to pander to this? Because behind closed doors, that guy is scared of not getting a good score here. How weird, right? 3 companies I want you to know about: BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. These 3 companies, the amount of power they have with ESG, it's wild. Here's an article from Harvard Business Review. Look what it says here. One of either BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street is the largest shareholder in 88% of S&P 500 companies. Let me say this one more time in case I said it too fast. One of 3, State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, is the largest shareholder in 88% of S&P 500 companies. Did you catch that? That's a lot of control and influence. They are the 3 largest owners of the most Dow 30 companies. Overall, institutional investors, which may offer both active and passive funds, own 80% of all stocks in S&P 500 companies. The big 3 collectively held a median stake of 21.9% in S&P 500 companies, which represented a proportion of 24.9% of the votes casted at annual meetings of those companies. Now it makes sense? It's not these poor CEOs that were bashing and trashing. They didn't do anything. They're just reporting to their boss who owns 24.9% of the votes. They get to impact their weighting. God, imagine you're sitting in this board, right? And they're like, well, here's what we're thinking about. We're thinking about making something to target to get more families to come by and make a drink for veterans because we kind of want to do this. No, we're going to do this. And if you guys go against this, we can't fund your this. Oh, what do you think? Well, I'm kind of going with these guys. I still want my job. What do you think? You were with me when we talked yesterday at dinner, and you said it was a good idea. I don't know what dinner you're talking about. I'm going to go. Why? He doesn't want to get fired. You don't think these types of things happen behind closed doors? What do you think? What do you think? When you have this kind of control, what do you think happens? You have to be naive to think it doesn't happen. These 3 firms control roughly 80% out of about $4 trillion in total ETF assets. So if they sold you and you're watching this, you're like, yeah, but Pat, the whole thing with ESG is environmental. Aren't they trying to make the environment? The whole purpose is to make the world a better place. So the planet's going to be around longer. No, isn't that what it's about? Well, maybe. That's what they say, but let's see if that's what they do. In December of 2021, Bloomberg found that only 1 of 155 ESG upgrades of S&P 500 companies cited an actual cut in emissions as a factor. Oh my God. 1 in 155. But listen, ESG, what we're doing is environmental, social, and governance. We're trying to make the world a better place so you can last longer and live longer than your kids and the planet and all this stuff. Oh, really? Yeah. Show it to me with action. 1 out of 155. Yeah, you're full of shit. I don't believe you. That's kind of how the average person, after they look at the numbers, is going to say, I have a hard time believing these guys are doing it for a good cause. Okay, so as if this ESG stuff wasn't enough, have you guys heard about DEI or CEI? Maybe you've heard about it, you don't know a lot about it. Too many acronyms, I'm with you, but let's take a look at this as well. So, DEI and CEI take over corporate America. According to justcapital.com, as of 2023, 94% of employers and 74% of workers say that their organization has made a commitment to advancing DEI in their workplace. Compared to 2021, only 32% of companies required some form of DEI training for their employees. You're talking about 94% of employers, and just 2 years ago was 32% of companies require some sort of DEI training. This thing's becoming a phenomenon right now. It's cool to say we have a DEI and a CI training. I think we even fell for it like 6 years ago or 5 years ago at first, thinking this was a good cause. Okay, so DEI and CI take over in corporate America. There's a few things we need to know about. First, before I give you the stats here, which is absolutely wild. Okay, so DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion, refers to organizational frameworks which seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly groups who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination on the basis of identity or disability. So, sounds like a noble cause, right? Now let's look at CEI. CEI stands for Corporate Equality Index, which is the national benchmarking tool on corporate policies, practices, and benefits pertinent to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer employees, which is kind of wild now because now with the CEI score, if let's just say I'm a 22-year-old kid, just got out of college, I'm working for an S&P 500 company, 379 are participating in the CEI score, 138 is their first year ever. What do you think they're doing to employees like you and I for working there? What do I have to bite for? What language do I have to use? What can't I use? Now, here's what's a little wild. When you think about social media sites for business, there's only one of them you think about. You think about LinkedIn, right? Even LinkedIn wrote an article about how this DEI could be a bad thing for business. Here's what it had to say. 7 ways your DEI initiatives are harming your company and how to resolve it. Number 1, DEI is discriminatory. Can you imagine? It is discriminatory. It's LinkedIn saying this. Number 2, DEI unnecessarily preferences physical attributes over the non-physical. Number 3, DEI diminishes the size of the talent pool. Number 4, DEI decreases performance. Number 5, DEI is divisive. Number 6, DEI diminishes accomplishments and disincentivizes performance. Number 7, DEI is distracting. Says LinkedIn. LinkedIn article, 4 ways to resolve it. Number 1, close the DEI office altogether. Number 2, eliminate diversity quotas. Number 3, hire, promote on merit. Number 4, cease all diversity training programs and reinvest that time and money to upskill employees. Little crazy, little wild, little dark, little no common sense. It just doesn't make any sense what these guys are doing here. By the way, do you know what the top 5 best ESG score companies are? Number 5, drum roll, Bank of America. I am surprised. Number 4, Salesforce. Number 3, Microsoft. Bill and Melinda Gates. Anyone surprised? I'm not surprised. Number 2, Intel. And number 1 highest ESG score is a company many say that supports the government, is a company called Alphabet, hence Google has the highest ESG score. Do you want to take a wild guess which companies have the lowest ESG score? These are anti-establishment companies. You think Tesla has a high ESG score? Can you imagine? Tesla does more to actually help with emissions, but they have a medium score. They're not impressive. They're right in the middle out of all the automobile companies. Out of 81 automobile companies, they're ranked 41. And they're doing more than all these other guys. Twitter, not the best score. Fox Nation, Fox News, not the best score. Xerox, not the best score. AT&T, not the best score. These are at the bottom. I wonder why. Because they're not caving into these ridiculous policies that these guys are coming up with that cost Target $9 billion, that cost Bud, Anheuser-Busch, $15.7 billion. I tweeted this the other day, and I'll explain 3 points I talked about why this doesn't work. Lesson for Fortune 500 company CEOs and CMOs. Number 1, screw your ESG score. Instead, focus on keeping your best customers happy. Number 2, you can't please both the ESG community and your best customers at the same time. Attempting to do so will cost you both. Number 3, it's time for the board to fire the CEO and the entire marketing team. You know what the problem with that is? The board will gladly fire them because they're ESG people, because they own 24.9% of the board seats in the first place. Make sense? This is kind of weird to say fire them and don't fire them. They're probably not going to fire these guys because they're doing exactly what they want them to do, but in an ideal situation of capitalism, not controlled by some UN PRI score, those guys would get fired. Number 4, bad ideas have consequences. And number 5, capitalism works, pandering doesn't. Either go into politics and sell your ideas or run a company knowing your number 1 customer is us, then people that work for you, then these nonsense people out of UN and ESG and BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street that control you. You work for them, and the world is starting to realize it. Don't you want to be free? If you do, maybe talk about it so the rest of the world can realize what it's like to be so afraid, shivering of your ESG, DEI, and your CI score. Anyways, if you got value from the video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't watched a video I did on George Soros, who George Soros is, and another one having to do with Hollywood, both of them are linked to ESG. If you've not watched the Hollywood story of what they're doing with ESG, definitely watch this. If you want to know who is really the man George Soros, click here to watch this one. Take care, everybody.
And you know what? That's exactly what's scary, too, because he mentioned Bank of America, who my company uses, and Salesforce. I use Salesforce every day to access our mainframe. And so, we've got 2 of those shit sandwiches that are investing so heavily, that are being invested by so heavily through the ESG scores. So, yeah, that's where we follow the money. And that's where all this feminism is allowed to pollute our companies and our corporations.
Right.
Yeah, that was a lot.
You got to watch it a few times, Gray. He does talk really fast, but he does spell out really pretty clearly and concisely.
I did hear a little bit about it somewhere.
Yeah.
But I was not, what's the right word? The acronym, it's not registered, not immediately.
They don't, for instance, our mainstream media is not going to heavily focus on it because too many people are going to get hip to, I didn't get the job because of that. Oh, I got fired because of that, or, whatever happened, or my business is failing because of ESG. And they don't want people to notice that is one of the main, not the main, but one of the main factors why we're in the situation that we are in today. And what you have put in your presentation as being so, what's influencing these factors that you're putting in your presentation. For instance, you did mention the corporations and the NGOs, and including our governments too. Like I said, I only heard about this about 2 weeks ago. I was talking to GM about this, and she started doing a little bit of investigating into her corporation, and she's got this derpy little NGO out of Finland that her company is beholden to. It's really bizarre how that happens. But even in DEI, they use the term equity, not equality.
Right.
So, I mean, they're not even hiding it anymore. Anyway, I wanted to go ahead and just chat with you about that for really quick. Thanks a lot for having me on here. Contriver, as always, it's wonderful to talk to you. Great. Auf Wiedersehen.
Likewise, sir.
Of course.
Auf Wiedersehen.
And tschüss.
Tschüss.
Bye.
Bye, Johnny. Thank you.
I was just thinking this is like, it almost sounds like a social credits score in China. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, and I'm pulling up the company that gave my company their ESG score. Upright Project. Hold on, let's have a look at this. Oop. Share screen.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument if you are the management of the company and you are like hold hostile with the company's financing, whether you get credit or loans or whatever you need to buy raw materials or whatever, you hold hostile in that way. Then it's kind of like they have inverted this fiduciary duty. You can. Your fiduciary duty in the past was like to protect the business interests. Now you cannot protect the business if you don't play by these rules.
Right.
Or what, Berlin-based green tech?
Yeah, I don't really get it.
We quantify the net impact of companies. Upright Project.
Yeah, but
What
the
does it
problem
mean?
is, like it was in the video, if you now they quantify it. I mean, that's the thing with quantification. I mean, if I'm the one who quantifies, like I can decide basically what kind of score you get.
Yep.
And then you tie that to the capital. It's the worst combination of both. If you screw up anywhere in that process, it's I don't know, enslavement tool, whatever.
Yeah.
And again, it's like the same pattern. It's like they claim to do something good.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you doing me any good if I don't want to partake in this nonsense? Because, I mean, I could see the climate if companies make something environmentally damaging or whatever. That's not nice. But if you're now forcing these diversity, equity, blah, 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 and all this nonsense, feminism, then that's obviously... But then again, maybe these guys talk exactly like what we just saw.
Yeah.
So then they're basically the simp army.
Right? Yeah, basically.
And it's also a trend, like in this presentation. I mean, yes, the lady had this problem with the internet. Oh, the internet is the radicalization machine. Please help me. Of course, the guys helped her, but they're also getting the money from the. Yeah, they're also getting money from the government. I mean, so they're basically also earning from that system. I guess all these people, they're all feeding off this. Because it's also their own social LLC. So
Yep. But I look at who's doing it, and I look at these crazy bitches. I'm like, that's why they all need to be fired. Because without them spearheading it, this shit wouldn't be going on. Without them in these positions of influence or whatever.
I mean, think about it. Just look at the graph. I mean, they're doing this for YouTubers and influencers. Well, you can't do the same for corporations. Oh, look, the corporation has a low feminist score. Ooh, mark him with hostile to feminism.
Yeah.
Boom, 5% penalty interest.
Yeah.
Credit limit reduced by half, whatever.
Yeah.
But then it's like then you get into this realm of almost communist style central planning, because you have like these central planners sitting somewhere deciding what's good for the environment and not, what's inclusion, what's not, and that was always the argument. You do not want. Well, you have to be super careful with the central planning, because if you start the central planning game, then your assumption is that the central planner just knows it better than the individual.
Mm-hmm.
That's I'm not saying you can't do central planning in certain, I don't know, like road infrastructure, infrastructure in general, like projects that normally the government would be doing. That would make sense, but I mean, this just extends far beyond that. It goes deep in, as we have seen in all these private sector.
Yeah.
Never mind that these big, what was it, BlackRock and whom else, a lot of this money is probably retirement money from the pension system and whatever. I mean, I remember that from the startups, the venture capital people. That was also the one venture capitalist was like, oh, this is so nice to be a venture capitalist because we get this money from these pension funds. I mean, they give like a certain percentage allocation for the risk capital. We get it. We get to keep it for X number of years. And then we just invested in the most promising stuff. And of course, a lot of startups fail, but the one that hits it big pays it many times over. And basically, it's not our money. It's like
the
pension fund's money. If we're just managing it, what an awesome job.
Right.
Yeah, but
getting paid to gamble with other people's money. Weird.
Yeah, but normally you are not. I mean, the venture cap. Normally, my understanding was the venture capitalists. They don't just get that. I mean, they have to have like they have to earn that or be convincing. I mean, the pension is your client, so and you also have a duty. If you screw up as a venture capitalist, next time the pension fund says, no, we're not going to do business with you. We will go somewhere else.
Right. Hey, gentlemen, I need to go. I have.
We shall end the stream. We shall end.
Yes,
well,
yes.
no, I was going to say you guys can keep going. I just need to remove myself.
No. We shall end the stream.
Well, and Sam just joined.
Well, it is actually 10:44 p.m. over here as well in India, so I have to sleep. Not It's a very bad day for me. I think.
Okay.
Did I get here
Because
too
of
late?
Yeah, Sam, I'm sorry. I do need to
Oh,
go
that's
though.
okay. No, that's okay. You guys have a good one.
Okay. Thank you,
Thanks a
Sam.
lot, sir. Shall we end it?
Yeah.
Ending the
Yeah, great.
So, ladies and gentlemen who have joined us, thanks a lot
Yeah.
for contributing to this stream, and we are very much, you know, delighted to have you.
Yes. And
Ending
Gray,
the
thank
broad-
you. Gray, for
Thank
the presentation. Did any of the PBD video help? Maybe connect some more dots?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Good deal. Well, thank you.
like
I
always.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Like always. So thank you guys. Awesome for being here with me. And Mandy, good luck with your jury duty. And
Oh, yes. I have jury duty
at
next
some
month.
point later this year, I do maybe another one. But it will take quite some time. I have lots of other stuff that I want to do because I need a break from feminism.
Yes.
I will enjoy that.
Good. All right, y'all. Thank
Bye,
you for
Contriver.
joining the
Bye.
panel.
Bye.
Bye,
Ending
everybody.
the broadcast. By ending the broadcast in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Just a second.